First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Joe for inviting me, and I thought there was just going to be a small group of people. We're going to go out to dinner, and this thing ballooned to 100 people. I just have a couple things I want to acknowledge. First of all, I want to acknowledge my dear friends Weebits and Archie, who brought me these beautiful leis. It's very much a Hawaiian tradition. When you see somebody and you really care about them, you bring a lei, and so they did, and I want to explain that. I'm just excited to know that there are people who have never been to Hawaii, that this is your first trip. So we're going to share a few things about Hawaii, and we're just going to have a lot of fun. I'm very accessible. I mean, if you have a question, if you want to come up to me and talk, if you want to discuss anything, please, I'm here for you. And I'm sincere about that. I really would like to help a lot of you. I know a lot of times, sometimes I've given somebody an idea and they've gone off and have done very well. So that's a real thrill for me as well. So let me know if anything that I've said inspires you in the future. I'm going to, I've got a surprise for everybody. You're all in Hawaii, and what is so typical about Hawaii is that it's always very sunny, you know? And I'm going to demonstrate a new pair of sunglasses. That's cool, isn't it? Well, that's a pair of what we call them the Magnums. They're blue blocker sunglasses. And guess what? I have brought with me 100 pair for everyone here in the room. So at the next break, pick up your pair. You're all protected now from all the dangerous rays of the sun. So have a good time with the blue blockers, the Magnums. What's that? You're welcome. I also have a couple other gifts, surprises. They'll come a little bit later. I'm going to share with you today some things that I've never really told any audience, any group, any seminar. It was really funny because when I got back here to Hawaii, I went into one of these big closets I have and was looking through some of my old stuff to see if there's anything that I wanted to share. And I came across stuff that I'd never shared before. I forgot about. It was so traumatic. But anyway, I'm going to share some of those with you. I'm going to go through my life. There's some real interesting lessons that are to be learned. I'm going to share with you some of the successes, some of the failures. I want to share with you some of the things that have absolutely nothing to do with marketing and sales, but you might find entertaining. And from all of this, at the very end of my presentation, I'm going to show you the two overriding themes that have really made a difference in my life and can make a difference in your life. So we've got a really interesting presentation to go through. Anyway, let me just start out. First of all, you may have heard me speak before and tell some of the stories that I'm going to tell you today. You may have read all my books, and you may remember some of the stories from my books. You may have read all my books, you may have attended my seminars, and you may have forgotten everything. That's me. But the point is that I'm going to go through some of this. Some of this you might recognize, some of it you might not. But a lot of people here probably will find a lot of this new and refreshing. So let me start off by just giving you a little bit of background about Joe Sugarman. Where did Joe start? I was born in Oak Park, Illinois, a suburb west of Chicago. That's where all the gangsters used to live, and they'd have children, and we'd go to school, and there was one child, his father was a lawyer, another one was a doctor, and another one was a gangster. It was kind of a regular profession in school. I grew up in Oak Park, and I went to, it was a grammar school in Oak Park. And it was the first writing experience of my life. It was in fifth grade, and we were given an assignment to write something. And so I wrote something that was kind of funny. And we were asked to get up in front of the class and present what we were just written. And I got up and I read my thing, and everybody was laughing. And I said, boy, that felt really good. And everybody came up to me afterwards and said, Joe, that's really great. And I would say if I could point to anything in my life, that was the start of my writing career, because so I had such positive feedback. I thought it was really great. So I then went off to high school. I joined the photo staff at the high school. I love photography. And then I also joined the school paper, and I would be writing for the school newspaper. But the school newspaper was very conservative and very, it wasn't very interesting, really. And I said, I'm going to start my own newspaper, actually a magazine. And so I created a magazine called The Atom. And the magazine contains stories by everybody, including I had on my staff the basketball team, all the players of the basketball team. The reason for that was because back then, if you did something really bad, they'd kick you out of school. And our basketball team was going downstate. We were one of the top basketball teams. So I figured if they kicked me out, they'd have to kick out the entire basketball team, right? They didn't. But anyway, we came out with the magazine. It got a lot of publicity. And that was my first venture into really creating a publication or really writing. Of course, I wrote for the school. I no longer wrote for the school paper. They didn't want me on anymore. Well, then I was enrolled at the University of Illinois, and I was going to be a journalist. That was what I enrolled in, journalism. And I was all excited about that, and I had my little vacation before I went to college, and I decided I would go down to Florida to visit some relatives, one of whom was attending the University of Miami. And I drove down there, and the relative took me to this school to show me the beautiful school and the weather, and she was saying to me, why don't you go to school here? And I said, well, geez, I don't think my dad would like that. He wanted me to I said, I don't know, it's more expensive here. And she says, well, why don't you call him? So I called my dad, and my dad said, yeah, I'll let you go to the University of Miami if you take a course that I want you to take. And I said, well, what's that? And he says, electrical engineering. He says, I could use you in my business. My father was an entrepreneur. He manufactured products for the printing industry. And he said, I could use an electrical engineer, and if you took electrical engineering, I'd let you go there. So I said, okay, fine. Well, I took electrical engineering, and I did fairly well. And in fact, my father was having a rough time. There was a kind of a recession going on, and he asked me if I could take a break after 2 years of college, if I can go to New York and run his New York office for at least a year till he got back on his feet, which I did. And there's a whole story about that. But anyway, I went back to the University of Miami. I enrolled in ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps. You wore a uniform, and they trained you to be an Army officer. And I was going to graduate college with an electrical engineering degree. My grades were very good, and also as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. And I had 1 semester left to go. And bureaucracy just showed its ugly face because I got a notice that I was drafted into the U.S. Army. So I wrote back and I appealed, explaining that I was an electrical engineer. I had 1 semester left to go. And besides that, I was an ROTC. I was going to be a second lieutenant. I was trained to be in the Army. I really enjoyed that course, actually. Well, they denied it. I got drafted. And I went to Fort Carson, Colorado, where I went through basic training. They gave everybody in the Fort Carson, Colorado, where I went through basic training. They gave everybody in the company of about 2,000 soldiers, they gave everybody a test. And the test was, multiple choice, and then even had the Morse code. Well, I was a ham radio operator. I knew the Morse code at 13 words a minute, and they were giving it at like 5 words a minute. They told you what 5 letters were, and then they broadcast the letters, and you had to copy down what they were. Of course, I aced that. And then being in electrical engineering, that's one of the toughest undergraduate courses you could possibly take. I did very well. Anyway, to make a long story short, I got 100 on that exam. I was the only one in the company that got 100 on the exam. And the next thing I knew, I was called into this little room with 2 guys dressed in civilian suits, civilian clothes. And they said, one guy stands up and he says, Mr. Sugarman, I just want to let you know that you scored the only 100% in the entire company. Your scores were so high that we'd like to ask you to possibly, and he was kind of hesitating, we want you to belong to the military intelligence group. And what is military intelligence? What do they call that? Oxymoron, yes, military intelligence. So I said, okay. I said, what does this entail? He says, well, you've got to extend your 2-year obligation to 3 years, and actually it'll be about 3.5 years. But we'll send you to a spy school, and we'll teach you how to be a spy, and then we'll send you to some foreign country And in that foreign country, they'll teach you a language there, and you'll always wear civilian clothes. You'll never wear a uniform, and this is really an exciting opportunity for you. And I thought about it. I said, yeah, this really sounds great. I said, this really doesn't it sound interesting? I mean, I thought, well, okay. I mean, basic training, being a soldier, this was no fun at all, you know? So sure enough, after basic training, they shipped me off to Baltimore, Maryland. Fort Holabird, Maryland was the fort, and it was a school teaching you how to be an intelligence operative, a spy, a counterintelligence, all those kind of really interesting things. Except we lived like soldiers. I mean, we lived in bunk beds in a big hall. The washroom was huge. I mean, it was, and there was this. It was right in the middle of winter, by the way, and there was this big fan in the washroom, real big fan, and there were all these sinks where all the guys would line up to shave in the morning, and then on the other side there were all these shower stalls. Well, the fan would be constantly going because the people who were shaving didn't want the mirror to fog up. So one day, but if you took a shower, it was really cold because all that air rushing through, and it was cold. So you just ended up taking a real quick shower, getting out, freezing, and then drying off and then shaving. So, I said to myself, this is crazy. So I went over to the fan and I shut it off. It didn't take more than a minute. Somebody walks back over there and turns it back on. So I shut it off. Somebody turns it back on. I said, this is not working. So then I came up with an idea. They have these official military signs. I went out and I got this poster board and I got these stencils and and in the middle of the night, I woke up and I created this sign that said, anybody touching this fan, either turning the switch on or off, will be subject to Part 407 of the Military Justice Act and will be dismissed from the school. In the middle of the night, I walked over and I put it in the bathroom. Next morning, I wake up, walk into the bathroom, shut off the fan. Everybody's looking at me. They're saying, oh, that guy Sugarman, he is going to get in trouble. I take the longest shower ever at that school. I was in that shower for an awfully long time. Mirrors are getting fogged up. Everybody's going like this. Nobody is going to go over and touch that switch, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I did that for a month. In fact, it was so cool because every time I went to get my shower, there was a whole lineup of guys waiting to take their shower with me. Because when I finished, I turned on the fan, right? So I did this for about a month, and then I get called down to the commanding general's office. And he looks at me and he says, Mr. Sugarman, I understand that you have violated Part 407 of the Military Justice Act. I said, well, sir, I didn't know what to say. I mean, do I tell the truth? So I said, sir, I really will have to tell you the truth. Well, what happened was, and I explained the whole story to him, and as I'm finishing, he's laughing, and he's laughing. He says, this is the fun. He says, you want to know something, Sugarman? We need people like you. We need these creative thinkers. He says, the Army is not, there's nobody here like that. He says, look, I've got this great job in Germany. I'm going to send you to Germany. We're going to teach you the German language. And then we're going to put you in civilian clothes, and we're going to put you in one of the most interesting units. I've got some real good plans for you. And sure enough, they shipped me off to Germany, sent me to a couple language schools. They taught me fluent German. In fact, I spoke, and I still speak German, but I spoke back then so good that you couldn't tell I was an American. I dressed like a German. I talked like a German. I had the inflections like a German. I drank beer like a German. It was great. Anybody here speak German? No. Okay. Well, I would have carried on a conversation with you, but anyway. So I really, and then they assigned me from time to time. I was assigned to the CIA. And while I was with the CIA, one of my jobs was looking after defectors that would be coming from the East Bloc countries. We were still at war, or we still had a Cold War, I should say. But the people in intelligence were really always at war because they were either getting information or hiding this or finding this or doing this. They were always active trying to get intelligence. And so it was a very, very exciting period of time. After my tour of duty, I finally, while I was in Europe, I should mention the fact that after I got out of the Army, I continued with the CIA for about 6 months. I was right in the middle of an operation with them, and although I was eligible to get out of the Army, and which I did, I stayed with the CIA for about 6 months and finished a kind of a special operation. And then after that, in the meantime, I had met some people who wanted to sell their ski lifts in the United States. And the people who wanted to sell the ski lifts, they were an Austrian manufacturer, and they asked me if I'd be interested in setting up a sales office for them in the U.S. And I called one of my buddies from engineering school, he was a civil engineer, and I asked him if he'd be interested, and he flew out to Europe, and we visited this manufacturer, and we decided we would form a company in the United States to market and sell ski lifts. Anybody here ever meet a ski lift salesman? So your father was a ski area developer. You're the first person I've ever known involved in the ski industry. Anyway, to make a long story short, we formed a company. My job was to create the advertising and the marketing. My partner's job was to do the sales and the installation. And so I would create these incredible mailing pieces that had little objects in them, and you'd open them up, and one you expanded, another was a little button, and another was some other little device. And I sent these out every month. It was kind of not every 3 weeks. I just kept sending these out, and we started getting a lot of calls, and we got a few sales. But I also got a number of calls from people who said, who does your advertising? And I said, well, I do. And I said, well, we don't want your ski lifts right now, but I'd love you to do some of our advertising. And I ended up with about 4 or 5 ski resorts. And I did really well with the ski resorts. I started attracting local Chicago politicians. In fact, not only, I must have ended up with a dozen. I had the governor's race, I had the state's attorney's race, and I just had a little ad agency with just a couple people. And I had a fantastic track record. 85% of my candidates, this is the reputation I had too, it was really positive. 85% of my candidates won. However, 50% of those went to jail. But that's Chicago politics. I mean, that's... So anyway, I get back out of the Army, and and this is now 1966. And there's this two major fads hit the United States. Major fads. The first one was credit cards. And if you were back then, you had any kind of savings account or checking account, you received in the mail a credit card. Plastic money, they started calling it. Everybody got them. All the stores were accepting them. People were going out and charging things. This was becoming one of the biggest, most exciting fads ever to hit the United States. And then another fad hit about the same time, and that was Batman. Batman was on TV every night. I mean, he had this series, and they were making Time magazine. It was the most exciting TV show. Anything that had the name Batman on was selling like crazy. You couldn't keep anything in a store that had Batman on it. It was one of the most exciting fads you could ever imagine. Well, I came up with an idea while I was with my ad agency, and I says, look, I came up with an idea for a product, and I was going to call the Licensing Corporation of America. Those are the people that license the rights to Batman. And I wanted to present my idea. So I did. I called, I remember I got a guy by the name of Murray, and Murray was one of the head sales managers, and I said, Murray, I have a new idea for a Batman product. I'd like to present it to you and get a license and start selling it. And he says, it's too late. I says, what do you mean? He says, well, we've licensed just about every conceivable thing you could possibly imagine. In fact, just the other day, I licensed Batman peanut butter. I doubt if you'll have anything that will be new or different, but you can tell me over the phone, and if it is different, I'll have you come to New York and maybe we can work something out. I said, okay. I said, my idea is a Batman credit card. And there was like silence. It was like Murray, he was looking through his list, Batman credit. He says, what do you mean Batman credit card? What's the idea? I says, well, it's the only credit card that requires you to use cash. In other words, you go to a restaurant, the bill comes to $20, you hand them $20 bill on your Batman credit card. And he says, well, that kind of seems kind of stupid. What's the purpose of that? I says, well, it's simple, Murray. I go on radio stations all over the country, and I sell this Batman card for $1, embossed with your own name. And I collect a mailing list of 1 million names, which should not be that difficult. And I take those 1 million names and I send out a catalog with all of the Batman products and all of your other superhero products. He says, wow, that sounds like a really exciting idea. Why don't you come to New York? 2 days later, I was in New York, in the office waiting for him, and it was the most exciting place you can possibly be in because people were running in and out, reporters were running in and out, the excitement about Batman, and this was the focal point of all of this excitement, the merchandise. So finally, he ushers me in his office. I go through my presentation. I'm halfway through. He says, stop. He says, I want the president of Licensing Corporation of America to hear this. So I said, oh, okay. So then a few minutes later, they usher me into this big room, and it's surrounded by men, all men, very stern-faced, serious. The president's at the other end of the table. I get up and I make my presentation. I finish. The president stands up and he says, Mr. Sugarman, I want you to know that is the most innovative, exciting, very stern-faced, serious. The president's at the other end of the table. I get up and I make my presentation. I finish. The president stands up and he says, Mr. Sugarman, I want you to know that is the most innovative, exciting thing I have seen since I've been with this company. We would like to be in business with you and be your partners in this venture. And I'm sitting there now. I just have my little ad agency and hardly any people there, just a couple of people working with me. And for the opportunity to belong to this group, I said, well, yeah, but there's a couple issues here. I mean, I've got to go out and print Batman credit cards real quick. I mean, how many do I print? And we have to get a contract signed because I can't go printing without having a contract. He says, don't worry about a thing. He says, within a week, you'll have a contract. He says, and why don't you print 250,000 of them? And I says, okay, 250,000, that's fine. Well, I went back to Chicago, and I flew back to Chicago. I could have flown without an airplane. I was so excited. I mean, this is my chance to make my first $1 million, and I landed in Chicago. The first thing I did the next day was go to the largest credit card printer in Chicago, the one that prints all of the credit cards for all the banks in Chicago. And I went up to the guy and I said, I'd like to have 250,000 Batman credit cards. And the guy looks at me kind of strange, but I explained the story to him. And he said, this is really exciting. He says, well, we can have your cards. Let's see. And he looks at his schedule. We can have your cards in about 2-3 months. And I says, 2-3 months? You don't understand. This is a fad. I got to have them tomorrow. He says, well, I said, why can't I have them right away? And he says, the plate maker. He says, the plate maker needs 2 weeks. And he says, after the plate maker gets finished, you've got all these other banks that are in front of you. I can't let you in front of these other banks. So I said, well, what if I went to the plate maker and convinced him to get me a plate within a day? And he said, well, okay, I'll give you his name. You can call him. And I says, what if I went to every one of the banks and convinced them to let me get in front of them? Would that be okay? And he says, yeah, that would be fine. If you can do it, I'll give you the names. And so he gave me the name of the plate maker. Within a couple days, I had a plate. He gave me the names of all the banks that were in front of me, and I promised the people at these banks that I'd give them free Batman credit cards for them, and they were all excited, and they let me get ahead. And as a matter of fact, the First National Bank of Chicago liked the idea so much that they wanted to do all of our data processing. In other words, the orders would come into the bank with the money, they'd deposit the money, they'd create a magnetic tape. And then I got a mailing house to take the magnetic tape and emboss the names and then do the mailing. And I had all this, and I went to the largest radio station. There was a guy that did a program called The Tooth Fairy, and I got him to do some of the 6 radio spots. Anyway, within a week, this is a true story, within a week, I had Batman credit cards rolling off the press, and I was locked and loaded, ready to go with commercials, everything. I was all set to go. But I realized I had not received that contract from the Licensing Corporation of America, so I called Murray. And the reason I was a little anxious was because they called me up and said, what do we do with all these credit cards? I said, well, just ship them over to my office. And I don't know if you know what 250,000 Batman credit cards looks like, but if you took this stage and it was about this high, okay, the size of this stage and about this high, I mean, lots of them and very heavy. So I called Murray, and he was busy. So I waited about a half hour. I call him again. busy. I wait 15 minutes and call him again. Still busy. I said, this is an emergency. I've got to talk to Murray. He won't talk to me. He won't talk to me. Now I'm really getting panicky. That evening, I step on a plane. I fly to New York. That morning, I was in his office, and I'm waiting for him in the lobby of his office. I didn't waste any time. And finally, he came out, and he looked very, very sheepish. And I said, what's wrong? And he says, the president of National Periodical Publications doesn't like your idea. I says, well, you're the Licensing Corporation of America. You're the one that are licensing the Batman name. Well, who's this guy, National Periodical Publications? He says, well, he's the owner of the rights to Batman, and if he doesn't approve or like the license, then he's not going to allow it. I said, well, why doesn't he allow it? He says, oh, we don't know. He just doesn't want it. So I said, well, look, they told me I couldn't have Batman credit cards for a couple months, and I've had them within a week. I said, I'd like to meet with this man and talk to him. So they arrange an appointment, and I step into his office, and I'll give you an idea what kind of guy this guy is. As I step into his office, he buzzes his secretary, and he says, Marie, would you bring me a cigar? Marie walks into the office, and at the other end of his desk is this box. She opens it up, pulls out a cigar, unwraps it, puts it in his mouth, and lights it. This is the guy I'm going to be doing business with. So I sit down next to him, and I say, at his desk, and I said, hi, my name is Joe Sugarman. I told him the whole story. And I said, if you really don't like the idea, I'm just a young advertising executive who has invested every penny I have, and I borrowed money into this thing. Could you just give me one city where I can sell this and at least make some of the money back so I can pay everybody that I've promised to? And he says, okay, kid, you finished? And I said, yeah. He says, okay, I just want to let you know something. He says, I've made $60 million off this Batman thing. I just don't like your idea. I just don't like it. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to allow it. And if you try it, I'm going to sue your ass. And so you better get, as far as I'm concerned, you better not even try it because you're going to get in trouble. Now get out of here. Well, I flew back to Chicago. It was probably one of the saddest moments of my life because, it's one thing where you lose the opportunity of making $1 million. I mean, I really felt I was on the way. And that was another thing to realize that I owed everybody. So I called everybody up. I said, I've got to face the music here, and I've got to share with them what happened. And I called everybody up, and I said, I know I owe you a lot of money. And I explained what happened. And I said, I will send you a check every month. Sometimes that check will be very small. Sometimes it'll be a lot bigger. But I promise you, every month I will send you a check. And that within hopefully a short period of time, I will have paid you all back. And they all agreed. And they all supported me in that. And that was really, really heartwarming. And so that's what I did. Every month I'd sit down and I'd write, I remember, 5 checks. And I sent the checks out. And some months there were very little, and some months there was a lot. But eventually, in 2 years, I paid everybody back. Everybody. And I remember signing that last check, and I said to myself, I wonder how Murray is doing. And I pick up the phone, and I called Murray, and I says, Murray, this is Joe Sugarman. Remember me, Joe Sugarman? He says, Joe Sugarman, the Batman credit card, right? And I says, yeah, Murray. I says, Murray, I still have 250,000 Batman credit cards. And a thought occurred to me that, hey, Batman's off of TV now, and it's dead, and I think I can maybe revive it. And he says, Joe, it's so funny you called. Remember the president of National Licensing Corporation of America? And remember the other president of the National Periodical Publications? Well, that guy's retiring, and the president is going to take over the position. And I think that maybe there's a good possibility. So I says, well, go ahead, check. So a couple days later, Murray calls me back and says, Joe, he's too new in the position. He just doesn't want to upset the old man. I'm sorry, we can't do anything for now. So I continue with my company. I continue building my company. JSNA came across an article in Business Week. And this is pretty good advice for most people. If you're really looking for products or concepts or opportunities, a lot of these business magazines have them hidden in their pages. I have found some of the greatest opportunities by looking through magazines, and I found one that showed this little pocket calculator. It was a pocket-sized pocket calculator, added, subtracted, multiplied, and divided, and was going to sell for the incredible price of $240. Would you believe? $240, and it wasn't even that small. And I thought that would be a good product for one of my clients. And I went to my client, and who was in the electronics business, consumer electronics, and I said, this would be a great product for you. They're not selling it very well because people don't know what it is. It'll sit on a shelf. Who's going to pay $240 for something like this? So he says, the client looks at it and he says, yeah. He says, I don't think anybody's going to pay $240 for anything like that. And you know something? That sparked the idea. I was going to become an entrepreneur. I was going to do this myself. And so I went back and I called up the manufacturer and I told him, I said, you need direct marketing. This product just asks for it. I said, please take, let me market it. And they says, well, it just so happens that the national sales manager was in Chicago and he could stop by and talk to you. And he did. And we worked out a deal where I would take the product and advertise it to a list. Now, I didn't have much money at the time, so I had to go out and I had to borrow $12,000 from friends, relatives, family, people who believed in me. And I sent out a mailing of 50,000 pieces, and I totally bombed. I lost about half the money. However, I did something very clever. And that was on every one of the order forms that I sent out with the package, I had rented 10 different mailing lists. And I had coded the cards. And so I knew which mailing lists worked and which ones didn't. And so I I looked at it and I said, well, there were these two lists that worked. And by the way, they were the lists I'd least expect to work. Okay? I mean, I sent to accountants, I sent to engineers. I thought they certainly would be interested in this. The two that worked were executives who had million-dollar corporations, multi-million-dollar corporations. I never expected them to respond. I expected their list to be, their mail to be screened, but apparently that wasn't the case. They were interested and they responded. And I went back to all my investors. I said, please stay with me because I've got two lists that I know work. The manufacturer realized their price was too high. They dropped it to 180. I sent out the mailing, and it was a huge success. We just sold every piece we could get our hands on. Now, I don't want to take too much more time because we might want to do a break. I'm going to continue after this. Okay, it is now 9:15, and if everybody gets back here by 9:30, I'll have another surprise for you. I just want to mention, I'm also involved in one of my latest companies. I'm chairman of the board of a company that is called Stem Cell Products, and we're actually doing a lot of research with stem cells. And we have developed creams and supplements that are really performing miracles. I predict that within 10 years, based on the technology that I see coming down the pike right now, that we will be able to live to 120 and live a healthy life to 120. In other words, we'll figure out ways to cure just about every disease. So it's very exciting, and it's a very exciting thing that I'm involved in, and we'll maybe talk about it a little later. Let me continue from where I left off, and that was where did I leave off? I was we sent out a mailing on that with the pocket calculator for $180, and we had this tremendous response, and we were in business. I was in business. I had my own company now, marketing other people's products. And I took that pocket calculator and I took out a full-page, back-page ad in the Wall Street Journal, and I announced the introduction of this pocket calculator. And I got swarmed. I just deluged with orders. It was the most incredible thing. But that was one of the biggest mistakes I had made. Why? Because Sears, Montgomery Ward's, JC, all these other department stores saw the success I was having, and they wanted the product as well. So the manufacturer had to allocate product to me and to them. I could have had the whole thing. But anyway, to make a long story short, we were very successful. We launched the company. People started coming to us with other products. We started selling other calculators, and we did very, very well. And we became, by the way, the largest advertiser in the Wall Street Journal. And the other interesting thing about that was that I was operating out of the basement of my home. I didn't have an office. I was operating out of the basement of my home. So people would see these big ads in the Wall Street Journal, look at our address, and come over to our store, supposedly, and look at our house. And it was always funny because they'd ring the bell and knock on the door. Is this JS&A, the name of my company? And we'd say, yeah, and then we'd usher them in the basement. And anyway, it was a funny bit. Well, about that time, I thought to myself, we're in the Wall Street Journal. We're one of their largest advertisers. I decided I'd give Murray another call. I called up Murray. I said, Murray, it's Joe Sugarman. He says, Joe Sugarman, do you still have those Batman credit cards? I said, yeah, I do. I have 250,000 of them. Well, he says, this is really crazy because, and he goes through some explanation, and I said, well, why don't you check to see if you can get a license from the guy that loved my concept in the beginning. So he calls me back a couple days later. He says, no, he says, I'm sorry, but he's really not interested in it at this particular point. So I said, okay, fine. So I went on and we started building the business. So we came up with the idea for the toll-free number. And you know how that happened? It was really interesting. We would be selling pocket calculators, and I'd get a call from somebody who was really hard-pressed. I need a calculator tomorrow, and I'm in Cleveland, and could you send one to me? And I don't have a chance to fill out a coupon and send it to you and wait. And so, I said, okay, fine. So I would sign their name for them, and I would send out the calculator. Well, this went on for about a year. I never got ripped off. And so one day I decided I'm going to put a toll-free number in my ad and see what happens. And sure enough, and it was little. It was just, it said credit card buyers call toll-free, and a little toll-free number. Well, we get to the basement, my basement, in the morning, and the phones are ringing off the hook. By noon, we were way profitable, and it was for an item that wasn't really that great a product. I mean, it was a successful promotion, and it just kept coming in for days afterwards. Now, normally when we run a print ad, it would take maybe a week before we'd know if we broke even. Now I knew within a few hours. And so I kept that kind of quiet, and every ad I would put my credit card buyers call toll free. And I did that for a while. And sure enough, it was working fabulously well, but nobody was copying it. Now, I was very friendly with my competitors, and my competitors would call me up and they would say, Joe, how are you doing with that toll-free number? I wouldn't want to lie to them. I'd say, well, you wouldn't believe how we're doing. And they said, what do you mean? I mean, do you get ripped off? Oh, you wouldn't believe how we get ripped off. I mean, I didn't lie. Nobody followed that. Nobody did that. And finally, after about a year, they caught on. And that one simple thing caused the catalog industry to explode. There were answering services now that were available. So it created an entire industry, and it really propelled the direct marketing business quite nicely. And that's probably the most the thing that I'm most proud of, actually, is innovating in that one area, because it really did make a major impact on direct marketing. Well, I proceeded. We were doing exceptionally well. We're advertising in just about every publication you can possibly imagine. We are a major mail order advertiser, and I decided at this point I'd give Murray another call. And I called Murray, and it was actually 12 years after I came up with a stupid idea for a Batman credit card. And I called Murray, and I says, Murray, it's Joe Sugarman, and I just, and he says, Joe, you don't have to explain. He says, I know you have 250,000 Batman credit cards, right? I said, yeah, I got 250,000. I said, and he says, Joe, this is really a coincidence. He said, it just so happens that we're about to come out with our Superman movie. This was 1978. And we're trying to promote all of our superheroes, and your name was brought up with the Batman credit card as one of the products that we'd like to promote. And I says, well, that's great. Why don't you talk to the powers to be and get back to me? And he did. He called up, and he found out, he calls me back, and he says, Joe, you got it. I says, what? He says, yes, you've got your license. I says, no, you're kidding. I did? He says, yes. I says, Murray, 12 years I've been waiting for this opportunity. I've got 250,000 Batman credit cards. I am going to do such a job of advertising you will not believe. And so I thank Murray. We were almost both in tears. I mean, we were just so happy Anyway, I created that ad. I created the ad. It was one of the best ads I've ever done. I showed it to my staff, and my staff usually guessed how many orders I would get from a particular ad. And so they'd look at the ad and they said, well, you should get 3,000. Another one said 2,000. Another one said 5,000. They were really stoked. I mean, they were excited. So I ran the ad in the Southwestern edition of the Wall Street Journal. Well, I usually test my ads because it's a smaller edition, and if it works there, I could advertise in all the rest of the editions. So I ran it in the Southwestern edition, and I got a total of 12 orders. Now, maybe it was because I was charging $5 for the card instead of $1. But, you know, inflation, I mean, that was just 12 years. But it just didn't sell. And so we canned the idea. I had a $250,000 Batman credit cards. There's nothing I can do about it. And then one day I see that they're coming out with a Batman movie. So I call Murray again. He says, Joe, the whole operation moved to California. And why don't you go down to California? I'll give you the woman that's running the business, and she'll maybe be able to license you. So I said, fine. So I went down to Los Angeles, and I walked into this conference room. And this is the interesting thing. Remember how there were all men sitting around the table? Now there were all women sitting around the table. Times have changed. And so I made my presentation to them, and I said, I think now with the Batman movie, we could really exploit the Batman credit card. And the woman stood up and says, well, we think your idea is terrific. He says, but we are coming out with a Batman vanity card anyway, and this would conflict. I'm sorry, we can't do anything. And so I ended up with all those Batman credit cards still. I guess I can go on, but let me just tell you about what happened here in Maui. This was in the year 2000, or was it 2000? It was 2000, yes, the year 2000. And I held a seminar here in Maui in which I, for the first time, met Joe Polish, which was probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life. Don't worry, Joe, I pick on only people I hate. So I was conducting a seminar, and I had Joe Polish, and I had a few other celebrities, including Dan Kennedy. And Dan Kennedy walked up to me, and he said, Joe, I got to tell you this funny story. He says, a long time ago, you gave me a Batman credit card. And I had a lot of fun with it, but I gave it to a friend of mine, and my friend had a son who was on eBay, and he put the credit card on eBay, and it sold for $400. And I said, are you sure? $400? Now, I didn't want to act too excited, but I kind of excused myself. I went to my office. I took out this pocket calculator. $250,000 times $400, and it didn't have enough digits. It was one of these 8-digit, so I had to find another calculator. Anyway, I realized I had $100 million worth of Batman credit cards sitting in my warehouse. You know what? They're sitting in my warehouse, but you know what I'm going to do? For everybody in here that buys my book and can show me proof that, I'll give you a Batman credit card. You know what you can do? You can take that credit card, put it on eBay, make $400, and buy every book you want. Okay? Okay. Let's see. We're going to try a PowerPoint presentation right now. I'm just going to show you a few little lessons here, okay? This is a mailing piece that I got. I just want to share with you some of the really important things that you really want to learn when you're sending out a mailing piece. And that is that every mailing piece you send out, every catalog or every flyer or whatever you send out should be really a personal message. It should be a personal message to the person who's receiving it. That's what's so great about direct marketing, because you're marketing directly to an individual. You want to be able to duplicate yourself, certainly, but you want to make that message to be very personal. Now, I get this envelope in the mail, and to show you how old it is, it's got a 15-cent stamp. But I get this envelope in the mail. We were doing a lot of advertising for a lot of people, and I get this envelope in the mail. It's addressed to me at my company, and I open it up, and it's got this letter, personal handwritten letter. It was a 2-page letter, and it comes with this picture. And I go back to the letter, and I'm reading it, and it's talking about how this guy goes out and he's trying to figure out which camera to buy. And he read Popular Science. He says, first, he talked to all of his, this is the woman writing the letter. He talked to all of his friends, and then he read every ad in Popular Science. And then it goes, and it goes on. And to fondly, Michelle, and it comes with this picture. And I'm looking at this thing. I thought this was from Michelle. I was wrong. Who the hell is Michelle? Michelle, this was a letter that was sent to every Popular Science advertiser. And I thought it was one of the most personal messages that I've ever received. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Let's see. No, wait a second. Oh, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that was a very personal message. You can see July 31st, 1980. Now, here's a product that's called, it's a pill, and you put in your gas tank. And in your gas tank, the pill dissolves, the gasoline dissolves the pill, and it creates a finer mist when your gas explodes from the pistons. And anyway, what it does is it gives you 10% more gas mileage. It cleans out your engine. It reduces pollution and pollutants. You can pass a smog test after putting a pill in your car. You can't overdose. I mean, you can put 2 or 3 pills in if you want. You'll get better gas mileage, and it's really a great product. We sold millions of these on QVC. What I'm going to do today is share with all of you, and I've got a box for you as well. So that's one of the gifts that you'll be getting today. Again, we sold 1 million of them. It has mass market appeal. If you do come up with a product, you want it to have mass market appeal. For example, Blue Blockers was a good example. It appealed to every man, woman, older person, younger person, almost any price category. And so it had a very broad appeal. You want to look for something that has a very broad appeal. Now, there's another product, another book that I think could be a really exciting big seller, bigger than Tim Ferriss's seller or Cameron Johnson's seller, and because it has a very broad appeal. Here, everybody has this problem, and it kind of explains. Okay, forget about it. Awards and recognition. Let me just share a few. This was miscellaneous stuff that I was going to go through, and I've got to reboot my computer to get to the proper sequence. But anyway, I just wanted to share a few of the awards and recognition that I've received. This is on my wall. I have gotten many, many awards for writing copy and all this kind of stuff, but there are 4 favorite things, and I only put these 4 on the wall of my office. The first one is the closest one to me is the Wall Street Journal article. And it was an article in the center column about my success while I was doing JS&A, selling electronic products. The other award that I'm very proud of is the one that's furthest away, and that was the Direct Marketing Man of the Year award that I won, I guess it was in 1979. And the third thing that I'm very proud of is my pilot's license. I am I was a licensed instrument-rated multi-engine commercial pilot, and that award that certificate was one of the hardest things I've ever had to work at. And then, but my absolute favorite is this one, which is the graduation certificate from kindergarten. So that was actually my favorite. And I've had some brilliant scientists come in and says, I'd do anything just to have that diploma, But anyway, that was that. This is a picture of me when I was very young, about the same age that Cameron Johnson was when he first had his internet success and earned $50,000. And then this is just a little progression of how. As I aged, I was probably 4. There was probably about 6 or 7. That was me in college. That was me when I was in the military. Again, I never wore military clothes. I always dressed casually. And that was when I worked when I was in business. Look at all the hair I had back then. My goodness. There's the airplane I flew. This was an airplane that I flew. This was a Beechcraft Duke. It was a twin engine. And I flew that for a number of years. And this is kind of the toys that I've had. This is the Ferrari Testarossa, the red car, and the Mercedes, I think it was an SLC. So these are some of the toys that entrepreneurs kind of acquire after a while. I was into cars. I had several of the DeLoreans because we were involved with a movie called Back to the Future 2, and we designed the sunglasses for the future. And we tied into a promotion with Pizza Hut, and they sold 10 million pairs of our sunglasses through their stores. So it was a pretty exciting time. Here on Maui, I've always been very active. This was the front page of the Maui News. The county was trying to acquire a piece of property on one of the beaches, and they were at an impasse, and the impasse was $500,000, and I offered to put up the $500,000 if they would let me buy a piece of state land that was adjacent to my property out there. And so, anyway, make a long story short, they didn't go along with it, but I, very early in my career here on Maui, was starting to make a lot of noise. Then I bought the Maui Weekly, and the Maui Weekly is a publication I had for 6 years. I actually designed it from scratch and established it very nicely, and then I sold it to the Maui News. What the Maui Weekly did for me, quite frankly, was put me in touch with a lot of the politicians. And, for example, here's a shot of me with the governor. And I became really good friends with not only with her, but with also the mayor and helped in the mayoral campaign. I was going to have a key to the city for Joe Polish, based on the fact that we really felt the incumbent mayor was going to win the election, but unfortunately he lost. So I'll give you my key. My key. Again, this has nothing to do with marketing or promotion. It just gives you a few little insights. But this was the Chicago Sun-Times front page. I used to manage and run teen clubs, and we'd hire a band, and then the band would play for kids, and they'd pay $1 or $2 to get in, and it'd be a great place for them to spend some time. And so one day I had an idea: let's get the police to form a group and call them the Southside Fuzz, and have them appear at my dance and get a lot of publicity. And sure enough, it did. It got a ton of publicity. We had the police performing with all these other rock musicians, and it was a lot of fun, and it created a lot of publicity. I was also, this is from the Miami Hurricane, the school newspaper. It says, Parisian hoax exposed by the hurricane. And it started out a fantastic hoax by 2 University of Miami students that fooled thousands of people and eventually would have taken in millions, was exposed last night by the hurricane. So there I am being exposed for this hoax I was pulling off. What it was this guy Fink, this was his real name, had this uncanny ability to speak English with this incredible French accent. And so I said, boy, with that kind of talent, let me take you to a few radio shows, and you pretend you're a French exchange student, and let's go on the air and let's entertain some of the audience with some of your comments, because they were pretty funny. He'd compare French girls with American girls, and the French way of doing things with the American way of doing things. And so we did that, and we appeared on a number of radio shows, and then we got a call from a national radio show that wanted to do the bit as well. And that's when the newspaper found out about it, because this guy was attending the University of Miami and was in a class in which one of the writers for the paper was in, and realized that this was all a hoax. And so it was exposed. I didn't get kicked out of school. It was just a big joke. I mean, but what the hell? Anyway. A lot of times fads generate great ideas, and there was this fad going on where women were throwing away their bras. And so I came up with an idea for this pizza restaurant, and it was a bra-shaped pizza. It was 2 pizzas connected by a couple straps. And that, too, made the front page of a number of newspapers. Okay, now, what I have to do is I have to reboot this to really get to the part. So I'm going to ask if all of you could take just a couple minutes by yourself and just relax, and I'm going to see if I can fix this so we can get the proper show. The stuff you just saw was just little miscellaneous incidental.
Does anyone have any questions about anything so far? There's one strategy that has really been coming out strong, and I would like Joe to, both you and Mr. Sugarman, to comment on it. But it's number 22, which is guilt. And so, I was trying to really get a handle on this morning, and Joe Polish uses the word reciprocity, and Joe Sugarman uses guilt, but it creates that same essence. So I'd like him to, tell us why that seems to be his most favorite tool of his 31, or is it his most favorite? And maybe he's got some other ones that I'm totally unaware of that he's laying on us today. But he's a master, and so I want you all to be cautious and observe him as he continues to use that number 22 on us. So it's more of a comment, I guess, than a question. But
okay, yeah. Well, you know what? With going back to the free room of carpet cleaning, which was one of the best strategies and still is the best strategies of an offer for, guild and reciprocity, is that when you give something of value to someone, they just tend to want it. And it's all how it's used. I mean, I always think of the Hari, and I'll get off here in a minute after I say this one, since I said, you can push me off if you want. Robert Cialdini, which I believe you're buddies with Bob. And, he did in the book Influence, he wrote about the Hare Krishners, how in the airport years ago, they would watch them, and the Hare Krishners would have the flowers, and they wouldn't dress like they used to dress in the 70s and stuff. They would just wear normal clothes, but they would have these little flowers, and people would walk by in the airport and they would pin the flower on someone's collar and say, here, this is a gift for you. I want you to have the gift. And then the people would step back, and there would be this feeling of, it was easier for people to reach in their pocket and give $1 or two, as they would say, could you please give us a donation, after they gave them the free gift of the little plastic flower. And then the people would give them $1 or two. And, okay, hold on. And so what would happen is that as soon as the people would walk away far enough from the Hare Krishna, they would, then throw the plastic flower in the trash. And then a few, minutes later, the Hare Krishna lady would go and pick up all the flowers out of the trash and do it all over again. But what they found is giving away a gift that people didn't even want created guilt enough reciprocity. So my whole thing is, well, what if you used it in an ethical manner to give something people actually liked, how well it would work? And that's where a lot of the free room offers and things like that, which you're going to cover in great detail. But I don't know what your favorite trigger is. Do you have one?
You don't really even need to give it a word, reciprocity or guilt. It's, with the new quantum mechanics, they're showing that you cannot give anything away. When you do this, something immediately comes back. It's flat out physics, and there is no such thing as giving it away. So when you're bonusing or spiffing, or planting a flower on someone,
right,
there is immediately a reaction from that.
Yeah.
And, in order to stand out and bring people's awareness to you and what you're doing, there is no better way than planting a flower on someone and letting them respond.
Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah. Life gives to the giver and takes from the taker. What I will say about your sunglasses thing, though, Joe genuinely just wants to give stuff to people. So for that, there really is, though, I've never found the way that, Joe is one of the most giving people that I actually know. And he just truly wants to just,
I truly want to clean out my warehouse.
I didn't want to say it that way, but no,
it's impossible.
I spent 3 hours with him cleaning crap out of the garage, saying, do you think this is any good? I'm like, no. It's like, all right, throw that away. What about this? I'm like, that'll work.
Okay.
Kidding, that didn't happen.
Yeah, well, if you brought up the thing about guilt before we go with the PowerPoint, I give examples of where you get in the mail these little stickers, these address stickers, and it says, please contribute something, and the address stickers cost maybe 20 cents to print, and you feel guilty about it, so you put in $20 as a contribution. But one of the more interesting ones is from Publishers Clearinghouse. They've tested everything you can imagine, from color to copy to whatever. And they found that when they stuff a lot of things in an envelope, it creates a bigger response. And the only thing they can attribute it to is that a lot of people feel guilty that they've been sent so much material that they tend to spend a little bit more time going through it. I have, we can talk about guilt a little later, but it is a very powerful force. It's not necessarily my favorite force. My favorite force is the one that will trigger a response. But we're going to cover triggers very, near the end of the presentation. I just wanted to present a few things to you here. First of all, just to mention that when you get your Batman credit card, you could have it embossed with your name like I did, and it has humorous terms and conditions on the back. It says valid only firms honoring Batman credit cards, and the loss of theft of this card must be reported immediately to the commissioner's office. Bills payable upon receipt. Delinquent accounts result in loss of credit privileges and a big spanking. Not valid for payment of income tax. The whole bit. I have thousands of these cards. Now, we also have a Batman insurance company policy for the Batman credit card. I mean, we didn't leave a thing unturned. Unfortunately, we don't have any of these left. However, it was one of these insurance policies where you understood every word. It wasn't very complicated. It was a very simple policy. For example, near the end, it says this policy is just another service of the Batman credit card company to ensure that nobody worries about losing their Batman credit card. If there's one thing that the Batman credit card company does not like, it's somebody worrying about losing their credit card. If you lose your credit card, don't worry. Okay? And then it says, if you lose your insurance policy, worry. And I go on, and there was a free surprise that was to follow this. This was one of the items that was part of the package. Checkbook with a brain. Here was a good example of where you test a product. This was a company that came to me, and they said, Joe, we'll give you an exclusive if you could guarantee that you will spend $250,000 advertising the product, because we put a lot into it. It's a big company, and this was simply a little holder for a checkbook, but it also had a calculator with it, and the calculator had a memory that did not forget what your balance was. And back then, that was a major innovation. So we agreed to spend $250,000 promoting it. And when we started, when the ads hit, it was the beginning of a major recession. It was in 1975. And although our test results had shown that we'd broken even, made a little money, when the campaign finally rolled out, we realized that we were going to lose quite a bit of money on this thing, pretty close to what we had invested. So this was not a good success. So very often timing is a very critical factor in your success. Here's another example of opportunity. I was at a trade show and I saw this Mickey Math calculator. This was at a time when calculators were selling for $40, $50. This one could sell for $19.95. It was licensed by Disney, and I saw it, and I went up to the manufacturer, and I says, look, I'd like to buy a lot of these. How many do you have? He says, well, we've manufactured 5,000. I'll say, I'll take all 5,000. I'll take all 5,000. I got a great idea to sell it. And I came up with this ad. I was so positive that this ad would sell every piece that I had that I didn't put in my toll-free number. And I asked people to send in cash. But this would hold down the response because I didn't want to completely sell out and not have product for people. And quite frankly, when I ran this ad and tested it, it totally bombed. Totally bombed. I think we sold a total of 12. I mean, it was just ridiculous. The question was, will we have a bunch of Mickey Mouse calculators in the back of the room? No, not that one. But anyway, and it was great copy, by the way. Listen to this copy. You're the financial vice president of a major U.S. corporation. You're at the board of directors meeting. The chairman of the board poses an important financial question and points to you for the answer. You open your briefcase and pull out your Mickey Math. The next day, you're promoted to president. Success stories like the above are real possibilities when you own a Mickey Math calculator. In fact, our guarantee of satisfaction clearly states, and this is a quote, if the Mickey Math calculator does not make you rich, famous, more interesting, and smarter, return it anytime within 2 weeks for a prompt and courteous refund. I mean, I was so convinced this thing was going to work because of the copy, and it just didn't. But I knew why. You know why? Because, first of all, the headline didn't give any benefit. Secondly, there was no toll-free number. Third, there was no credit card option. All I had to do was change all that, so I did. I had get rich quick or your money refunded within 2 weeks at a toll-free number, and this one sold less than the first one. Oh, here was an interesting product. This was the laser beam mousetrap. You know, Emerson once said, if you build a better mousetrap, the world will beat a path to your door. I wanted to prove that. And so I got a hold of somebody who manufactured lasers, actual lasers that could fry a mouse. And I got a hold of this great designer who was going to design this contraption. And they did, and it sold for, I think, a couple $1,000s. And the whole idea was to see if people would pay that to get a better mousetrap. Well, I ran this. I didn't even bother to test because I figured, at least if I sold 1 or 2 or 3 in each of these publications, I'd break even. So I spent about $20,000 advertising it, and I didn't sell a single mousetrap, not a single one, none. However, the copy was really good. It says the entire system is mounted on an attractive, polished walnut base, which could be handsomely displayed in any office, boardroom, or rodent-infested area. I mean, great copy. The lesson learned, don't fall in love with your own copy, okay? That's what I learned from that. Tips on shooting a model for advertising purposes. This is really helpful because when you're going out and you're going to shoot a model, you know, if you're shooting a product, you can maybe end up with shooting about 5 or 6 shots. But when you're out shooting a model, you take lots of pictures. For example, especially if it's a beautiful model. We spent a full day, and we ended up shooting something like 2,000 pictures of this model. 2,000. I mean, we spent all day, all different modes and everything, and then I spent at least 2 days going through all of them in my office to find the 5 best ones. And sure enough, we narrowed it down to the 5 best ones. And by the way, my wife was coming to the office that day, and she had very good taste. And I said, would you help us pick the shot that we should use for our campaign? And so this is what the ad looked like after it finished. Home blood pressure computer. This was an interesting story. We tested this ad in a catalog, actually, and the computer maven came to me and says, "Mr. Sugarman, we got a real winner here. It's a home blood pressure computer." And I said, "You're kidding?" He says, "Yeah, it's doing really well." I said, "Well, wait a second. If it's doing really well, I mean, we should start running this nationally." So I started running these ads nationally all over the place, only to discover that the computer person came back to my office and told me, "Joe, I hate to tell you this, but I made a mistake. I inverted one of the things and it came out wrong, and the home blood pressure unit is the worst selling product in the catalog." I says, "You're kidding." I says, "We have $250,000 in advertising out there." Well, by coincidence, the American Heart Association ran this big national campaign urging people to take their blood pressure, and it was running in the same publications as our ad, and we managed to do well. In fact, we did so well that we won the Extended Lifespan Award. We won a special award for it and continued selling the blood pressure units as well. And here we talk about the shocking discovery about how Ralph, our computer guy, gave us the wrong information. Pet plane. This was a plane that I owned. I had, at one particular time, 4 airplanes. I had 2 single-engine planes and 2 twin-engine. This plane I didn't use as much. It was really a sexy plane. It looked like a jet, actually. And I had a mechanic who kept it up very nicely, and we kept it polished and cleaned and everything. But I decided it was time to sell, and my mechanic wanted to actually buy a farm and live on a farm and raise cattle, and he just wanted to get out of the airplane business. And so I put an ad in the newspaper. Now, they told me that I think I paid $240,000 for that plane, and I was told that I'd be lucky if I got $180,000. And I said, well, I put it in for $240,000. I tell this story about how my mechanic took perfect care of it and how he wants to buy a farm, and I said, and one of the things that we're going to give you is if you buy the airplane will give you a steer from the farm. As a matter of fact, the end said, and if somebody purchased my Aerostar from this ad, I'll throw in free of charge a steer from our new farm. After all, as any airplane salesman will tell you, it's hard to sell a plane without a little bull. Well, we sold that airplane for $240,000, except 2 months later I was approached by the FBI. The people we sold it to were drug runners, and they wanted to know as much information about the plane as possible. Lessons learned. Here's some important lessons, and always sell a concept, never a product. And I'm going to get into that a little later. Always sell a concept, never sell a product. Never let your wife pick out your pictures. This is very important. Okay, we're going to talk about selling a product as opposed to, or selling a concept as opposed to selling a product. This is a spelling computer. You enter the word as close to the word as you can that you're looking for, and then it corrects it and gives you the correct word. And I figured I wanted to sell this for less money, but the manufacturer said, no, we have a suggested retail price. We can't offer it for less. So I said, wait a second. I said, I'm going to offer it for less, but I've got a different way. What I did was I created an ad here. In the ad, I have misspelled 15 words. All you have to do is read this, circle the words that have been misspelled, and then I'll give you $1 off the $79.95 price. And sure enough, I was shocked because so many people didn't find all the words. The word misspelled was misspelled. I mean, but those people figured it out. Those people who didn't get all of them really needed this product, should have paid more, right? So this is a good example of where you sell a product, not a kind. Now here's a mansion on the ocean in Malibu that I was selling for $6 million. And this ad ran in all the airline publications. And the premise was, and I go into the exciting home and all the features and everything, and I then talk about the fact that I refused to sell the house because I don't sell anything without a 30-day return privilege, and my customers have the opportunity to return something, and that we make it easy for them to purchase with either MasterCard, Visa, or American Express. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, yeah, we gave them a 30-day return privilege, and then we accept MasterCard, American Express, American dollars, Japanese yen, or any negotiable hard currency. And that product, let me get back. That particular ad did not sell the house, but I did get a call from the Disney estate. They wanted to know if I would sell their house, and I wasn't interested in doing that. This one really did not work. I just want to share this with you. This actually was photographed in Maui. I was driving along up country, and I saw this mailbox. And it was really strange. I mean, it had all these different... That, for example, was airmail. If the postman came and had airmail, he'd put it up in that top little thing. This is for the dead letters and the advertisements. Second class, first class. You see the difference? You see the second class because it doesn't have a door? And then my favorite, catalogs, right? Misspelled, but it catalogs. And that actually was photographed. I photographed that up country here on Maui. Entrepreneur characteristics. I think this is important. You're all here basically because you're, in a sense, entrepreneurs. What are the characteristics that make you different? What are the characteristics that make you truly an entrepreneur? Well, you're highly creative. I'll bet you that most people here are highly creative. You're daring decision makers. You prefer moderately risky decisions. You're a visionary. You're usually a firstborn child. How many here are firstborn children? Raise your hands. Quite a few. Interesting. How many here are usually male? No. Seeks independence. Dominates the enterprise. Imaginative yet maybe rigid. By the way, this came from a lot of research on entrepreneurs. Maybe stubborn and resists change. Begins his first company between the ages of 30 and 35. If you started younger, if you're like a Cameron Johnson, hey, you're way ahead of the game. But it's never too late. You start more than one business. Many entrepreneurs have several businesses. I know I have. Often bristles under authoritarian figures. Typically not the best manager. High need for achievement, recognition. Moderate need for power. And may have had massive psychic upheavals as a child. This is the ad, remember, child. This is the ad. Remember I told you about the first ad that had the toll-free number? This was the ad, and the toll-free number was right. You see where it says right above order form, credit card buyers call toll-free. This was the first ad that ran with the toll-free number. And then, of course, I eliminated the coupon, and you'll see down below there, it just has the toll-free number. Big mistake. I have since tested, and after several years, I figured 95% of our orders came from the toll-free number. What do I need to put a coupon? Big mistake. I tested, and I found several years later that when you have the dotted lines around a coupon in your ad, you sold more, sometimes up to 20, 30% more. What it told people was this product is available off the page, and it inspired enough people to read it to realize that and then buy it. So coupons are always very important. Here was an ad I did for selling vitamins. I was selling vitamins, but here I'm telling people to stop taking them. And the reason I'm telling them to stop taking them is I wanted to raise doubt in their mind that they're taking the right combination of vitamins. I then took this ad and I improved it and put a couple models up there and actually got a 20% boost in sales. So very often a good attention-getting element would create the interest. I'm going to share some really good ideas about carpet cleaning with you probably tomorrow, and when we really get into the triggers and some of the things that you could do to really promote your line. Anyway, this was a very successful ad. We did an infomercial with it, and we also did an infomercial with the blue blockers about the same time. This is an interesting situation. I get a letter from Carte Blanche magazine complaining that we were running 10 full-page ads in their publication, and it was looked like we were dominating them. And they were saying, from now on, we have to restrict your advertisements to 3. Would you believe that? I thought it was so ridiculous. I took out an ad in Advertising Age in which I warned all the other I reprinted the letter, and I warned all the other magazines that if here, for example, he said, we are further concerned that when one advertiser has a dominant number of pages in the book, such as your January, February 10-page in a 76-page magazine, this may imply some type of involvement by Carte Blanche. Anyway, to make a long story short, and then we put a warning, and we were warning people, if you're not careful, we're going to go out and we'll dominate you. We'll run more ads in your magazine, and we will dominate you. And guess what? We got faxes, phone calls, letters from all these different magazines, and basically the same message: dominate us, dominate us. And this is an interesting story I'm going to share with you. This is a guy that came to me. He was an inventor, and his invention was a product called, which I called the bone phone. And you wore it around your neck like this, and it played music, and you felt it in your bones. It was a portable method of listening to music. Now, this was before the Walkman, before the iPod, before the only thing you had in comparison to this was the boom box, those big boxes that people carried around. So this was very innovative. And the guy came to me, and well, here, let me go. This guy came to me. His name was Bill. Well, I'm not going to give you his name. He came to me with this product, and he said, "Hey, I think this could be a really big item." And I was excited about it. I named it the Bone Phone, and I came up with an ad. And this was the ad, and we tested it, and it did very well. And we went to Radio Shack, and I decided this was going to be my big hit. This was going to be the one ad that establishes a brand name, Bone Phone. And so what did I do? I got a hold of the inventor. He wanted to be involved. I made him president of the company. I gave him check writing authority. In other words, I made him the entrepreneur, supposedly. He was just the inventor. I put up all the capital, created some beautiful materials. This was a brochure called "You Won't Believe Your Ear Bones," and it showed the product, and we had, look at all the reps we had. We had lined up reps all over the United States. We had TV commercials that we were running on Saturday Night Live and a bunch of other TV shows. We had a whole lineup of accessories: the bone phone display pack, the bone phone, the neck phone, the bone box. I mean, we had everything. We had everything covered. Everything. And we were out there. I mean, we had production, had inventory, everything was going great. And then the Walkman came out, and this product died. Meanwhile, the inventor says to himself, ooh, I can sign checks. I better sign a big royalty check for myself for all of the product that's out there, because I may not get paid. I couldn't do anything about it because he was authorized to sign the checks. And so as a result of that action, it literally put this company out of business. We lost a fortune because we just did. So anyway, it just shows you that you could have the greatest product and go about it in the best way, and just have your timing could be way off. This was another promotion I did with a couple partners, Donald Trump, Schwarzkopf, Deborah Norville, Siskel and Ebert. This was in '98. And we had this big lineup of famous stars that were going to get up there and give lectures for a full day. And we were promoting it, and I had two partners, and one of them turned out to be a crook. And so this thing never took off. Again, you never know. You never know. Endorsement battle. Here's a product that it was cute copy in the sense that the new Olympus micro recorder showed here sells for $150. The closest competition is a $250 recorder called a Lanier, endorsed by a famous golf star. The famous golf star is a pilot who personally flies his own citation jet. The Olympus recorder is endorsed by JSNA president, who pilots a more cost-efficient single-engine Beechcraft Bonanza. The golf star does not endorse the Lanier for free. After all, a good portion of his income is derived from endorsing product. Our president, on the other hand, does not get paid for endorsing products, just for selling them. And his Bonanza is not as expensive to fly as the golf star's citation. In fact, our president also drives a Volkswagen Rabbit. Anyway, that was a cute tongue-in-cheek ad, and it did well. It did well. Let's see, general knowledge. I just want to point out what makes a great copywriter. What makes a great copywriter? And you'll be surprised. First of all, it's general knowledge. Absorbing your world of experiences. Just general knowledge, experiencing a lot of different things. Look at my world, for example. I'm an instrument commercial multi-engine pilot, amateur radio operator, Army and CIA intelligence officer, speaks fluent German, newspaper publisher for 6 years, political fundraiser for Chicago candidates, ski lift salesman, advertising agency owner, world traveler and lecturer, presidential candidate nominee. I was nominated for the Libertarian Party back when I was fighting the government. That's a whole story in itself. Successful TV producer, chairman of a biotech company. That's that new biotech company that I was telling you about. Originator of blue blocker sunglasses. Author of 6 books. Real estate developer. Started several businesses. Professional photographer. Expert on San Diego. I'll tell you about that a little later. And most importantly, he has failed more times than anybody he knows. And that is the real secret. The more you get out there, the more you do, the more you experience, the more you experiment, the more you try different things, the better your brain is organized to come up with that brilliant idea whenever you need it. Specific knowledge, becoming an expert on the product or service. Now, you're all in the carpet cleaning business. I hope that every one of you knows the name of every bug that you could find in a carpet. I hope you know the type of fabrics that go into carpets. I hope you are such an expert in carpet cleaning that you yourself could become a major expert in that area, because specific knowledge is where it's at. General knowledge and specific knowledge. For example, here was a product we named Laser Beam Digital Watch. To come up with that name, I studied everything I could about this watch and discovered that it was a laser that made the watch possible. It glowed in the dark, and it was a laser that sealed this little capsule that contained this light source that never went out. And so I called it the Laser Beam Digital Watch, and it did very well because of that. The third thing you can do is practice, practice, practice. The more you write, the better you get. And that's a fact. The more you write, the better you get. I look at my first ads, and it's just unbelievable. You know, look, I'm not an expert in English. I really am not. I probably, my grammar is horrible. I have people look over my ads before I finally finish them, so that to make sure that I'm not insulting anybody, I mean, because of my English. The point is that you don't have to be a great expert at writing, but practice will really make a difference. The more you write, the better you get. Advertising elements. I'm just going to present this rather quickly because it just points out a very important fact. If you're producing a flyer, if you're producing any type of advertising material, this might help you a lot. Here's a typical ad that we ran for what it was called a Pocket CB. It was a little portable walkie-talkie that worked on the CB bands at a time when CB was the big craze in America, 1973, I believe, or 77, I guess, or 75, somewhere around there. Anyway, what's the first thing you see in an ad? It's the headline, isn't it? The headline. That's going to draw your attention. Very often that's going to really draw your attention. What's the second thing? That's the subheadline, and you're going to maybe read the subheadline. Another thing that might draw your attention are the pictures. The pictures might draw your attention. Another thing that might draw your attention may be the sketches. In other words, the graphic elements. The captions. People love to read captions, don't they? And so captions are really important. And then another thing is they might look for the price. They might just go straight to the price. Or they might just go down to see who's the company selling this product. And they might even go down to seeing how they could order it. There's the toll-free numbers down there. And then, of course, there are paragraph headings. And by the way, paragraph headings are put in an ad like this, not necessarily to sell anything. It's to make the copy look less imposing. So you'd want to be more likely to read it. So paragraph headings. And then, of course, the copy itself. The copy itself, you might see the copy. Okay, so really there are 10 elements if you really think about it. One is the headline, the subheadline. The third element are the pictures. The fourth is the sketches. The fifth are the captions. The sixth is the price. The seventh is the company that advertises. The eighth is the method to order. The ninth is the paragraph heading, and the 10th is the copy. What is the purpose of all the elements in an ad? The purpose of all the elements in an ad is an advertisement is to get you to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to get you to read the first sentence. That's the key, to get you to read the first sentence. Believe it or not, that is the key. And once you start reading that first sentence is very important. Obviously, it should be short, should be concise, it should cause people to be curious. And then you want them to read your second sentence. That's got to be the next most important. And then the third sentence. Doesn't mean you have to sell your product yet. It means maybe you start telling a story. Maybe you start describing something not even connected with your product. The point is that the key of all of these elements in an ad is to get you to read that first sentence. Each element should lead you to the first sentence. Let's take a look at this ad as a typical JS&A ad. This is a company I formed called Consumer's Hero, and it would sell used and refurbished merchandise that went back to a manufacturer. They refurbished it and put it in brand new condition, but couldn't sell it as a new product. So we would sell it as a used product, but very often it was pretty new. Now, if you look at this ad, look at the headline. Hot, a new consumer concept lets you buy stolen merchandise if you're willing to take a risk. Would you read on? Stolen merchandise? Wait a second. This is a new marketing gimmick. So then let's look at that thing in the center. Impossible to trace guarantee. We guarantee that our stolen products will look like brand new merchandise without any trace of previous brand identification or ownership, because they take the name off when they refurbish. Isn't that interesting? If you read that, wouldn't you you'd have to read the copy. And then, of course, you'd see Consumer's Hero. You'd see Consumer's Hero has been made possible by grants from the JS&A National Sales Group. That was my other company. And so there was the ad. You'd want to read that first sentence. And sure enough, the first sentence was, we've developed an exciting new consumer marketing concept. It's called stealing. That's right, stealing. Now, if that sounds bad, look at the fact, and I go on. So, again, that's the, and here, by the way, is another good example of, I was telling a story, and we're going to go into this with triggers a little later, but here I'm about to tell you a true story. This is a great way to start an ad. I'm about to tell you a true story. If you believe me, you will be well rewarded. If you don't believe me, I will make it worth your while to change your mind. Let me explain. And I go into that story. Those are powerful introductions to ads. A buying environment. You must create an environment in your advertising that makes your prospect comfortable and in the mood to make a purchase and exchange their hard-earned dollar for your product or service. And we're going to talk about that in triggers when we get into that section. Your copy has to put the prospect in a relaxed buying mood. And you have to resonate with the reader, make the reader agree with your statements and start a series of yes answers. In other words, well, you're all salespeople. If you go to somebody and say, does your carpet need cleaning? And they say no, you've lost the sale. You've got to get them to say yes. You've got to start out saying, oh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Yes, it's a very, very beautiful day. Oh, I see you've got a very nice carpet here. Yes, I've got pretty good carpet. You want a continuation of yeses because it's when they start saying no that you're going to lose them. I'm just going to go through this. Slippery slide. Make your copy so compelling to read that your prospect can't stop reading it. And that's the concept that every element must be so compelling. You find yourself falling down a slippery slide, unable to stop until you reach a positive buying decision. And that's the key in advertising. Seeds of curiosity. Build curiosity at the beginning and throughout your ad. How do you do that? Well, through transitions. At the end of a paragraph, I might put in, but wait, there's more. Or I might put in, oh, let me explain. I might put in, now comes the good part. And then came the shock. Here's why. But wait until you hear what we found out. And now the good part. You see, all of those things cause you to want to read what the next paragraph has to say. And little did we expect the next surprise. The cop has to say. And little did we expect the next surprise. A copy is emotion. Your copy should be an outpouring of emotion without regards to spelling or grammar. When you're writing copy, you want it to be an emotional message. And you want it to be a personal message. Every advertisement, remember we talked about that before. A personal message will give your readers a warm feeling about you and their purchase. Concept versus product. We already discussed that. You want to sell a concept. You don't want to sell a product. For example, we sold this smoke detector. The smoke detector was like any other smoke detector available. They were selling for $19.95. We were offering ours for $29.95. Basically, we were selling a device that stood on the ceiling and sniffed the air and determined whether or not there was smoke in the area. This is another example of selling a concept and not a product. In our catalog, we had two winners, two products that did very well. One was a chess computer, and the other one was a travel alarm, a mini travel alarm. And so we put this together, and this was like a concept. These were the winners. It wasn't we were selling the products. We were selling the fact that they won. And then after that appeared, we got word that we could get I came up with the idea of challenging the Soviet Union. Challenging the Soviet Union to play our computer. And in fact, we said the Soviet Union regards chess as a psychological weapon, not just a game. It is a symbol of communism's cultural struggle with the West. So when Karpov competed against the Russian defector Karchnoi, he had the entire Soviet Union's resources. Karpov won, and with it, the world's undisputed chess championship. Karpov, however, has never confronted American space-age technology, and in particular, JSNA's new chess computer. We then received a threatening telegram from the Soviet Union to stop our promotion. I don't know if you realize this, but back then we had the Cold War, and I get this telegram from the Soviet Union stating that there'll be consequences if we don't stop promoting Karpov's name in our advertising. Well, I contacted our manufacturers in Hong Kong, and I got them to get Karpov to endorse the product, but not play it, just to endorse it. And he got some money, and everything got smoothed over. But again, you see, all of these are concepts. They're not, I talked, Karpov rejected our offer, and quite frankly, we're at a loss to explain why. And I go into the whole story, but then he decided he wouldn't play it, he would endorse it. And that was the, so, and then here's a good example of a product that was selling for $100. Then finally, we had to close it out at the end of the promotion for $50. And so that was a complete life cycle, but it was all based on concept, selling a concept. Incubate. You know, when you write copy, you want to take a break from your work and do something pleasurable while your brain incubates. Just don't think about your copy. Let your brain do all the work. And here's a little cartoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Sugarman cannot be disturbed right now. He's incubating right now. Really, what you want to do is you want to do something really different. You write the copy, you put it aside, and then you get back to it sometime later. And then you edit your copy. You look at your copy with a fresh set of eyes. Some of the editing tips I have are, you look for those words that have that in them, sentences that have that. For example, it is believed by a lot of people that. Well, it is believed by a lot of people could be eliminated. You don't even need that. You need what follows that. Edit for rhythm. In other words, short sentence, short, long, two long sentences, maybe one short. Believe it or not, the length of your sentence creates a certain rhythm. Combine sentences. Sometimes you can combine sentences. Sometimes you can separate sentences. You eliminate unnecessary words. You rearrange thoughts to flow better. And you want to remove the unnecessary words and still have the ad make sense. That's basically what you want to do. The less amount of words, the better. I have seen some of these ads that have appeared on the internet that are 36 pages long. I think that's overkill. I think there's a way of doing that properly. But anyway, you want copy should be. How long should copy be? Copy length should be determined by the time necessary to get across all your points in an interesting way. I've often compared it to a miniskirt, woman's miniskirt. In other words, copy should be long enough to cover the essentials, but short enough to create the interest. Be with you in a minute, honey. I'm almost finishing reading this JSNA ad in my magazine. Your ad can be any length as long as your prospect reads every word and can't stop until the end. And that's really the key. Technical explanation. This is really important, and I think every one of you could probably relate to this with your job, with your company. A technical explanation gives you the opportunity to show that you know your subject. I'll give you, and here's this cartoon says, I don't understand any of this technical stuff, but hey, they understand it. The product must be super. A technical explanation will build confidence in the prospect. A good example was this ad I wrote for digital watches. There was a paragraph in there that said, underneath the caption, it said, a pin points to the decoder driver integrated circuit, which takes the input from the oscillator countdown integrated circuit and computes the time while driving the display. The manufacturer calls me up and says, Joe, I read the ad. It's a great ad, but who the hell would even understand or read that particular caption? I said, you don't understand. It's a technical explanation. It makes everybody think that we really know our subject, that we really investigated this product. Now, with the carpet cleaning business, I would bring out things that people never knew that are technical in nature, that maybe show that you have an expertise that nobody else has. Compare prices. If your price is better than the competition, use the opportunity to compare prices. Here was an example of a digital watch that we compared with the Seiko watch. Seiko sold for $300. Our watch cost and it cost jewelers $150, so they were making a nice fortune out of it. But our watch was selling at $50. Where $100, I forget how much it costs. But anyway, the point is that you do want to compare. Some other tips: avoid cliches. This is the product the world has been waiting for, or this is the service that you've been looking to have. Clear, easy to understand copy. Testimonials are very powerful. You all know that. Summarize your offer. Avoid saying too much. So that's one of the biggest problems people have, is they say too much. And, of course, always ask for the order. Okay, what we've learned here is always sell a concept and not a product or service. All the elements of an advertisement are designed to get you to read the first sentence, and the first sentence is always the most important sentence in the entire copy. By the way, these are pictures of my wife that appear every once in a while. She's a professional model. That's a blonde wig. Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
This is just what Joe put on for us, was this book. You've got to have it. I've been highlighting, trying to keep up with your presentation, but I just saw some awesome stuff in here. Timing is the one that's really popped into my head this morning. And it came up twice in your presentation, and I went in the book and looked at what you talked about, timing. Some of it seems like it's not predictable, but I think timing maybe is predictable. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, timing, there are two types of timing. One is where you recognize the opportunity and you jump on it. That's good timing. The other is where you recognize an opportunity, you jump on it, and then something happens and boom, your business just collapses. Your opportunities collapse. Thank you for your comments about the book. All of this stuff is really in that book, and I'm going to show you an ad. I'm going to show you ads from people who never wrote an ad in their life and sat down and after reading the book, wrote an ad and have sold millions and millions of dollars. I'm going to share that with you a little later to show you that anybody can do that. So anyway, you noticed all the failures I've had. Do you notice all the failures I've had? I mean, think about it. I mean, I got up here, you expected me to talk. I haven't even talked about Blue Blocker. That's probably one of my more successful promotions. But all of these failures, and so failure is nothing more than a learning opportunity. It's nothing more than programming yourself with a little bit more knowledge. I've always said to myself, even during the worst of failures, I said to myself, hey, there's a reason I failed. I'm not going to doubt it. I know it'll benefit me in the long run. I'm just going to wait and see how that plays out. But failure is not the end of it. I mean, you've got to be able to take that failure, accept it, and accept it with grace and dignity. Because you're going to experience, if you want to be super successful, you're going to experience failure. It's just part of the process. Again, I am not, maybe it's because I'm not a genius, I'm not that smart. I just have gone through so much and have been able to express it through teaching, through my books, and also through practice that I appear to be a genius. I'm not, believe me. Okay, with that, we're going to, what is it now? We're taking a break now? Oh, I have 5 minutes. Okay, let's take the question to the left. Where is that? Here we go.
I noticed in a lot of your ads, Joe, very short, like 2-word headlines. Would you like to comment on that?
Oh, okay, the ads. When you have a couple words, 3 or 4 words, I usually limit it between 2 and 4 words. Like this new ad that I've just done from our stem cell research, it's called Stem Cell Breakthrough. The reason for it is it's real easy for people to see and read. It's real short. They don't have to spend any time. They can see it and almost without even bothering to read it, just get that impression of what those words say. And so I always like the real short, real brief headline. Now, the subheadline's a little different. Once I got their attention, I could create a lot of curiosity in that subheadline. But yes, the headline is usually very short in my estimation. And I really believe in that philosophy. I've tried everything. I've tried long headlines, short headlines. And you can see, I've showed you ads that I did for other products and other things, but I always stick with that small number of words. Any other question? Yes, ma'am.
I haven't had a chance to read this new book, The Ad Week, but the other book that you had out, I think Advertising Secrets, it had in there about the font style that you used in your print.
In my headlines?
Yeah, I think it was like the serif or the one you recommended.
The headlines are antique olive bold, and it's a sans serif type. I'm going to just end this session. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I was just kind of wondering, because the one ad you showed up there, somebody had sent you years ago, was like a handwritten, personalized message. Do you think that works better sometimes than
that was
font?
a mailing. That was a mailing. And it came to me, and I looked at it, and I swore that this was some woman, some wife of this guy who bought a camera, And I'm reading this whole thing, and it just grabbed me. And it was so impressive that I saved it for this presentation to show you how personal sometimes these messages are. Okay, is that okay? I'm just going to end this session with a little story that took place in high school, and I'd like to share with you this experience. I always believe in becoming an expert. Remember, I showed you that several times. Become an expert in whatever you do. And this happened to me while I was in high school. I was a junior. I had a locker outside this one classroom, and the most gorgeous, drop-dead, beautiful girl joined our high school. I mean, she was so beautiful, blonde. Everybody was too awestruck to even go up to her and talk to her. The football players would only talk about her in the background because they were the big men on campus. And I thought to myself, you know, I'd like to find out a little bit about her because maybe I'd have the opportunity to get to meet her and know her because nobody else wanted to talk to her. And so I found out she was from San Diego and that she disliked boys who squeezed their toothpaste in the center. Now, I went home that day, and I was all excited because I didn't think I squeezed my toothpaste in the center. And sure enough, I looked at my medicine cabinet, and I squeezed it at the end. And I felt I had something in common with this girl, I swear. But then I realized it would be very difficult to create a meaningful relationship over the way we squeeze toothpaste. I needed to do something else. And the fact that she was from San Diego gave me a great opportunity. What I could do is learn everything I could about San Diego, become an expert on San Diego, meet her, and she's probably lonely, homesick, and we can talk about San Diego, and I can talk like I was an expert. And so that's exactly what I did. I went home and I got every book I could on San Diego. I went to the library. I wrote the San Diego Chamber of Commerce, the San Diego Zoo, the San Diego Port Authority, the San Diego Police Department, the San Diego Parks and Recreation, the San Diego Port Authority. I wrote everybody I could possibly think of. And I get all this material coming into me every day. And I'm up in my room well into the evenings studying all of this material. My parents thought I was turning into a genius. I was flunking all my courses, but I was becoming this expert on San Diego. And then came the day. Then came that fateful day. Again, my locker was right outside her classroom. She would come out, and I would be able to turn around and talk to her. And that day, she walked out. I turned around. I said, "Oh, Betty Jane, I understand you're from San Diego." She says, "No, I'm from Sacramento." Always be an expert. But make sure, damn sure you know you got the right intelligence. Thank you very much. We'll see you again shortly. Would you like to know how Blue Blocker became a big success, real briefly? Well, you know, you talk about what I found about in life is that you're going along in a course or a path, and all of a sudden some opportunity comes up and it causes you to go 90 degrees in a different direction. And that was the case with Blue Blocker. I was in Los Angeles on Interstate 405, driving to see an electronic manufacturer of products with a manufacturer's representative. And I was squinting, and my friend, this representative, saw that I was squinting, and he said, "Here, why don't you try on this pair of sunglasses?" And I put them on, and I said, "Wow." I said, "These are incredible." I said, "Not only am I not squinting, but everything seems sharper and clearer." And he proceeded to tell me that this was the pair of sunglasses that the astronauts, it was made for the astronauts so that they, when they're in outer space and they have all these terrible sun rays, they're able to block them. And that blue light, this pair of sunglasses also blocked all of the blue light, which is not good for your eyes because there are a lot of diseases that blue light causes, including macular degeneration and retinitis pigmentosa and all kinds of stuff. So he kind of gave me an education about it, and I thought to myself, boy, would this make a great product. I says, "How could I get this? I'd like to sell it." And he says, no. He says, the company that's making these are making them for the astronauts, and they're very expensive. And aside from that, the guy's going out of business anyway, and he starts giving me all the reasons why I shouldn't be selling it. So I said, "Oh, okay." So I left. I went back to Chicago, and I was producing a catalog. And the catalog had 8 pages. It was for United Airlines. And one of the products in the catalog, which took up a full page, the company went bankrupt. And so I had to replace that that ad. And I figured, well, my friend with those sunglasses, I know I could get them made in the Far East. So I picked up the phone. I called my friend. I said, please send me that pair of sunglasses. I'd like to photograph them. I'll get them somehow. And so he sends me the pair. I wrote the ad in a couple hours because I didn't have much time. I had it photographed within a couple hours, put the ad together, and it got it out into the catalog. Now, meanwhile, I contacted Taiwan, Korea. I managed to get these sunglasses with the very same characteristics that the government had for the astronauts. The exact same characteristics, blocked all the blue light, blocked all the ultraviolet. Now, back then, people didn't know that ultraviolet light was bad for your eyes. Believe it or not, all of this came about as a result of us coming out with our big ad campaign and educating the public into the menace that sunlight has for you and how UV light causes cataracts and how blue light causes a bunch of diseases as well. So anyway, the ad appeared in the catalog, and the computer guy comes in and gives me a printout of all the results so that I could read it on an airplane because I was flying to Detroit for some reason. And I'm looking at the thing and I'm saying to myself, wait a second, there's got to be a mistake here because it shows that we're selling thousands of these sunglasses and only a few hundred of these other products. I said, there's got to be a mistake. I picked up the phone. I called my general manager. I checked. Sure enough, this was the hottest product in this catalog and probably one of the hottest products we've ever had. And so I took that opportunity to run a major national campaign. I spent $1 million over a period of 8 months, and I sold 100,000 pair. Now, I want you to remember that number, 100,000 pair over a period of 8 months. I spent $1 million. After that, it was starting to become, people were aware of the importance of ultraviolet blockage. In other words, it was important you blocked ultraviolet light. People were really aware of that. And about that same time, near the end of this campaign, I had heard that they were now allowing half-hour commercials on TV, half-hour infomercials. And I said, wow, this would be great. And everybody thought I was nuts because how could you spend a half hour selling a pair of sunglasses when people normally buy them in a store anyway? And my concept was that all television is entertainment. And if I can produce an entertaining show and at the same time sell the product, I had a winner. So I used the format of candid camera. And I would walk up to people, hand them a pair of blue blockers, they'd put them on, and they'd get that same reaction. By the way, I named it Blue Blocker. It wasn't named Blue Blocker before. I named it Blue Blocker, and I saw this as another opportunity to create a brand name. Remember the bone phone? That didn't work. But here was another opportunity to create a brand name, Blue Blocker. And so we went on TV. I created the commercial, went on TV, and we started selling the product. And we were selling, remember I said we sold 100,000 over a 7-8 month period, whatever. We were selling 100,000 a month. And we did this for 6 years with 4 different infomercials. And it continually increased to a point where we were selling 300,000 pair a month. 300,000 pair a month. We went on QVC. QVC bought, I think it was something like 30,000 pair. And they expected, they gave me 5 time slots, 5 times to appear to sell all 30,000. I sold out during half of one of the time slots. The president of QVC was so suspicious that I had succeeded so strongly that he looked at the tape to make sure that I wasn't cheating or didn't say anything that was misleading. About the same time, we also sent product to Walgreens. Walgreens is a drug chain throughout America. And they had bought a knockoff of our product and had failed miserably, so they were very cautious. They bought 30,000, they stocked all their stores, and they announced it, and within a day and a half, they were sold out. It was a sensation on QVC. It was a sensation on Walgreens. Believe it or not, it has been on QVC for over 15 years. It continually is on there, and it's on in the UK. We've been on in Germany. It also, Blue Blockers has been in Walgreens for over 15 years. So our relationships with a lot of these companies lasted a long time. And how long has it been? 21 years. That company's been around for 21 years. Personally, I'm the chairman of the board of 6 companies selling a variety of different things. A couple of them with some really exciting products. One of them is the stem cell product company that I'm chairman of. Fabulous products. You folks are so lucky to live in an era like now. Just take good care of yourself now, because what's up the pike is unbelievable. For example, I'm taking one supplement. When I started, I could only do 3 or 4 chin-ups. I can do 24 now. 24 chin-ups. If you ever done a chin-up, you know it's pretty difficult. One of these products is a cream for women who, if they have anything wrong with their skin, it tells the skin to rejuvenate. It actually goes into this cellular structure of the skin and says, you're now a 19-year-old, and you should be able to repair your skin, and it starts to repair your skin. And I've used it. It's unbelievable. I've had some people test it. It's still, a lot of this is in its testing stages. But when it comes out, it's going to be one of the most major breakthroughs, I feel, in anything that I've ever done. And maybe, in a sense, all of these failures and all of these successes have led me to the point where I could help people live a longer, healthier life. And that's one of my goals. Anyway, that's the story of Blue Blocker, okay? And it's still around. It is still around. Psychological triggers. It was interesting. You know how psychological triggers came about? It was, I noticed in my seminars, and when I gave them in the 70s and 80s and even in the 90s, the most interesting topic that we discussed was psychological triggers. Everybody always enjoyed that segment of our program. And then I wrote a book called Advertising Secrets of the Written Word. And in chapter 19, I covered psychological triggers. Well, every time anybody did a review of the book, they always mentioned chapter 19 of psychological triggers. And I said, wait a second, this is a great opportunity. I'm going to take psychological triggers, and I'm going to make a totally different book, and it's going to be on personal selling, how to use psychological triggers in personal selling. And so I came up with the book Triggers, and right now we were in a couple reprints. It's out right now. I want to upgrade it and edit it. But if you get the book Adweek Copywriting Manual, the Adweek Copywriting Manual, that is a book that sells on Amazon for $15. It contains all the psychological triggers. It even adds one of them, which I'll discuss a little later. So anyway, psychological triggers, let's go into those. What are they? What are psychological triggers? Well, they are used to build trust. You know, you ever try to sell somebody and they don't trust you? It's tough. But if they trust you, it's so much easier. So psychological triggers are designed to build trust. They're designed to create a buying environment. In other words, the atmosphere and the environment to buy. And then finally, they trigger a sale. And those are the 3 things that the psychological triggers do. Now, for example, storytelling. Telling a story is a powerful tool. By the way, you all have these booklets that were handed out. There's space for you to take notes on them. And these are the psychological triggers. You should all have a copy of that. Haven't I told you a lot of stories today? Typically what I do is I'll get up here, I'll tell a bunch of stories, and then I'll pitch product in the back. This pitch has been totally different because I've been giving away a lot of stuff. And I do have a lot more stuff to give away, and I'll be giving away some more of it tomorrow. Storytelling. People love stories. Figure out how you can incorporate storytelling in your presentation. A good example of that was the Blue Blocker ad. Here, I'm about to tell you a true story, and if you believe me, you will be well rewarded. If you don't believe me, I will make it worth your while to change your mind. Let me explain. You see, people love stories. That's a real strong intro, and I've had a lot of people actually copy that in introducing their product. Guilt. Oh, we talked about this before. Your prospect should feel guilty if he or she is not exchanging hard-earned money for your product or service. Again, it's a matter of reciprocity. I told you about the little mailing labels that come in the mail. How about you receive a $1 bill and a survey, and it says, please, would you do this survey? You've been chosen especially to take this survey, encloses $1 for your time, and you sit down and spend an hour filling out the survey, and your time is only worth about $200-300 an hour, but for that $1, you feel guilty, right? Guilt is used in a lot of different ways. Offering really great value sometimes creates guilt. That package that a Publishers Clearinghouse sends out with all that extra stuff inside. So guilt is a very strong. Here's a good example of guilt. You will spend more on coffee this year than what it would cost to save one of these children. And these are the children who have problems with their lips. And as you can see, you feel kind of guilty even looking at this ad and looking at those poor kids. Curiosity. Curiosity. You ever watch these TV shows that say, okay, when we come back on Fox News, you'll see the first person to jump off the top of the Empire State Building and land perfectly. And, you know, they give you these little teasers. And they do it all the time on TV. And watch that because they do it consistently. And that's what you really want to do with your copy. You build curiosity throughout your copy so the reader feels as they are in a slippery slide, unable to stop reading. And here it is. Every element must be so compelling. You find yourself falling down a slippery slide, unable to stop until you reach a positive buying decision. I have to reiterate that your ability to write copy will do more for your life than any other single skill that you could possibly put together. And if you do not want to write copy, if you would rather go out and hire somebody to do it, your knowledge of what good copy is will serve you well in the future. So you don't have to write your own copy, but I urge you to write to at least understand and learn it. You'll learn it through books. You'll learn it through the psychological triggers. Objection raising. If there's something in the back of the mind of the consumer, raise it, even if it might be an objection to the purchase. If there's something in the back of your mind, of the person's mind, and you know it, if you don't raise that issue, they're not going to buy from you. It's real simple. For example, this was an old ad. DC-10 crashed in Chicago. It was flight, I think it was 1978. American Airlines Flight 191. I remember that day because I was flying into an airport near Chicago, and I saw the smoke from that crash, and I heard this absolute silence over the airwaves. It was just a really eerie time. But anyway, after that DC-10 crash, there was one that crashed in Mexico, and then there was one that crashed in Europe. And so here they pick an astronaut, Pete Conrad, and he gets up there, and the headline is, "The more you learn about our DC-10, the more you know how great it really is." Well, that rang hollow. And why? If I was writing this, I would have said, you've probably heard of all the plane crashes that have been happening with the DC-10, but there's something you should know. And that would have made whatever message he would have put out more credible. Now, of course, they had a lawyer, and you had this bureaucracy, so probably it was not very possible. Here's a good example of having a product that was presented to me and that had a few things that were really wrong with it. And the things that were wrong, one of them is a required installation. It was an electronic product that required installation. You had to take the wires off your current thermostat and plug this one in and attach the wires. That's a no-no. Anything that requires installation, especially electrical, people aren't going to go for it. Also, the product had no LED readout. It looked ugly. It had a stupid name, MagicStat. It was a stupid product. And so I played that up. I said, you're probably expecting our typical sales pitch, but get ready for a shock. For instead of trying to tell you what a great product the MagicStat thermostat is, we're going to tear it apart unmercifully. Now, if you're reading that, you're saying to yourself, I know they're trying to sell something, but it's obviously not this product, right? When we first saw the MagicStat, we took one look at the name and went, yuck. We took one look at the plastic case and said, how cheap looking. And when we looked for the digital readout, it had none. So before the salesman even showed us how it worked, we were totally turned off. You see, I raised all the objections that anybody would have for it. And then I said, so there it was, at first blush, a real loser. But wait, we did find one good feature, a feature that led us to a discovery. The MagicStat installs in a few minutes, and no serviceman is required. Thermostat wires in your wall follow standard color codes. So when you install MagicStat, you attach the red wire to the red location and the white wire to the white, and that's play school stuff. And it's safe. Conventional thermostats installed over the past 20 years are generally only 24 volts, so you can either turn off the power or work with the live wires without fear. And I go on, yeah, that's ugly, sure, but it installs easily. And then I go on, after installing it, I then discover it's the most incredible, most amazing invention ever, and we think this is the most. But you see what I did there? I raised all the objections, and I resolved them, first the installation, but then I also resolved the fact that it was ugly. I resolved that because I said how fabulous the product was, how it saved energy, and how it was the most incredible thing we've ever seen, and so forth. Anyway, the funny part about this ad, the funny part about the ad was that it ran in a number of magazines. I remember Scientific American. And I got letters from people that said, I was not in the market for a thermostat. I don't care to buy a new thermostat. I just want you to know you wasted my time because I read your entire ad trying to figure out what you were doing. I mean, that kind of thing. Incidentally, the company that we did this for, it was called, I forget the name of the company, the product was called Magic Stat. Honeywell bought them out. They paid them $20 million. They were a nothing company when I took that product. They called me and said, Joe, just want to let you know Honeywell bought our company out. They paid us $20 million. Want to thank you for all your help. From now on, you're dealing with so-and-so over at Honeywell. Thanks for all your good service. It was then that I realized I had to find myself a brand name. I had to create a brand name. I mean, I had to create my own company, my own brand. But anyway, that's the but it had this little piece of steel wool in the center at the top. It was an air purifier. And the little piece of steel wool looked ugly. And so what I did was I used that as the miracle fuzz. That's the miracle of this product, this ugly piece of fuzz. So again, you see what I did? I took a negative, I brought it out very clearly, and then I presented it as a positive thing. And as a matter of fact, I got to tell you a little story. My lawyer came up to me with a great idea. He says, Joe, they got this new law about patents that if you go out and you patent something and sell it to your company and the patent isn't issued for a year, you then are eligible to deduct a very large amount of money from that, and you'll save a lot on taxes. And I says, well, that's great, but what if they issue it before a year? Oh, Joe, don't worry about that. They never issue patents within a year. It usually takes 2, 3, 4 years. And besides, I'll write a patent that's so extensive that it'll cover every aspect of this product so that nobody will be able to compete with you. Don't worry about it. I'll make that patent application pretty strong. And so my attorney did. He wrote out the patent application. I came up with this one little invention. And sure enough, it covered a tremendous amount of these ion generators, these air filters that you see today from Sharper Image. And I controlled the market. Anyway, we sent this to the patent office, and 6 months later, the secretary to my attorney walks into my attorney's office and says, now, Mr. Gershman, congratulations. And Mr. Gershman said, oh, yeah, why? He says, well, you got a patent in 6 months. Oh, no kidding. That's terrific. Let me see. Oh, my God, it's the Sugarman patent. So I didn't get the tax windfall, but I controlled this entire market, right? And it didn't do me any good because I really didn't care to control the entire market. I know everybody was ripping me off on this, but it didn't matter. That was not the purpose of getting the patent, and I wasn't interested in doing it. Object resolution. Well, we talked about object raising, but object resolution is, of course, very important. After you've raised the disadvantages, then proceed to resolve them one by one. You'll come across as honest and truthful, and you'll build trust with your prospect, creating a very good buying environment. In other words, you've got to resolve anything that's in the back of your mind. When you go out selling your carpet cleaning services, right? You're selling the carpet cleaning services, and somebody says in the back of their mind, well, what about, do we have to move all the furniture? Or some little objection. That's going to be a problem. You should address that in advance. You should offer that, and if you sense that there's a resistance or something that they're resisting, you should offer it in advance. By the way, you're going to be passed out a booklet with all of the triggers explained from a carpet cleaning perspective, so that you could utilize some of those in your copy or in the work that you do. I know Joe comes out with this Piranha marketing newsletter that his carpet cleaners send out. That's a great concept. You send it out every month, And after a while, the recipient feels kind of guilty. I mean, they're receiving all this good news. They feel guilty. And if they're going to hire a carpet cleaning service, they're going to certainly call you first. So that's a very good concept. Desire to belong. Everybody wants to belong to some group or class of people and therefore are willing to identify with that group to their purchasing habits. So if you own a Mercedes or if you want to belong to the group of people that own a Mercedes, that's an emotional attraction to do that. For example, this is a recent Mercedes ad. I love this car, but I love what it stands even more for. And that is Mercedes recognizing that people are buying their car because of what it stands for, what it's all about, as opposed to the bells and whistles. Here's another old Mercedes ad. It's reassuring to know that the Mercedes-Benz 240D can take you farther in a tank full than any other car sold in America. Of course, the Mercedes cost a lot more than you'll ever save on gas. But again, they're giving you a logical reason to buy the Mercedes. Here's another ad for a car. Drive with your heart, buy with your head. And I thought that was kind of interesting. You drive with your heart, but you buy with your head. Yeah, you emotionally you're buying, but you're justifying it through your head. In other words, logically. But here's what I don't like about this ad. Look at the layout. And look at that. See that little blurb down below there? Okay, what's wrong with that? Well, the line length is so long that you sometimes will lose where you're at reading the ad. And it's so stupid because they could have made it in 2 columns. The other thing I don't like about it is that it's a sans serif, in other words, without the little curly cues, and sans serif type is generally harder to read. So, anyway, now, the desire to belong. This was a catalog that I took, that I printed called Gadgets, and I really followed the theme to the utmost. In other words, we had a toll-free number, 1-800-GADGETS. We had a catalog named Gadgets. And we featured all of the gadgets that we had been offering in some of our other catalogs, plus a lot of new stuff. And we thought this would be really interesting. And in order to kind of tongue-in-cheek, we offered a gizmology doctorate. In other words, there were 2 qualifications to get this doctorate. The 2 qualifications were, 1, if you had a instrument-rated commercial pilot's license, 2, if you were a professional type photographer, 3rd, if you were an amateur radio operator, general class. Anyway, the bottom line was that I mentioned all of the things that I am, in other words, that I achieved in terms of like the airplane license and so forth. And that was one criteria. If you had all of those, I listed several. And then the second criteria was if you bought anything from this catalog, we'd send you a gizmology certificate, a doctorate. And we had even a registered gizmologist, a doctorate of gizmology that you could frame and put on your wall. So we had this whole thing down. But you want to know something? We got hundreds of people that had all the same qualifications that I had. In other words, they belonged to my group. I really related to those people, so much so that they related to me. Greed. Make a product or service appear a lot cheaper than it should be, and you'll activate the greed glands of your prospects. Very often they will buy even if they don't need what you are offering. And a good example of that is when you offer something. Here's a good example. So you see that discovery sale ad up there? $59.95, and I ran it, and the manufacturer calls me up and says, Joe, you really embarrassed us. That's lower than the price we authorized. We're not going to sell you anymore if this keeps up. And I said, let me run a retraction. And so I ran a retraction, and I said in the retraction that that this ad is retracted, but you have until October 10th to buy it at the old price. After that, it will be $10 more. We got more sales on the retraction. People couldn't even read the small little ad above the word notice, but they figured it was a bargain and they needed a calculator and they bought. So you never know. Here it is. We said we will refuse to accept any more phone orders for this item, although coupons will be accepted until October 23rd, 1973. In the future, those wishing to buy the product may do so at the corrected price of $69.95. And like I said, more people bought that. There was a ton more people that bought that than. And why? Because it was a bargain, and people saw that. Here's another example of using the price in a headline, again, to create this bargain type mentality. Satisfaction conviction. Somebody asked, what is your favorite trigger? And this is my favorite trigger because it is so powerful. It is so powerful that well, let's put it this way. Remember I gave you three things that the triggers do. One of them was trigger a sale. This probably does more to trigger a sale than anything else. What it says is basically this. It says, not only will I guarantee that your carpet will be fresh and clean, if you are not 100% satisfied and not convinced that our people did an outstanding job, call me up and there will be absolutely no charge to you. Now, somebody reading that is going to say, wow, they must be really good if they're willing to make. I bet you they get ripped off a lot. But they'll buy because they have the confidence. That will trigger the sale. And it's that trigger that it will just trigger the sale. Now, a lot of people say, well, wait a second. What if you're selling a product? And I know with the blue blockers, we offered, if you're not absolutely satisfied from this infomercial when you get your blue blockers, you can return it any time in your lifetime, and we'll give you your full refund. And people seeing that would say, oh, wow, it must be a good product, or else he wouldn't be saying that. And so the interesting thing that I found was that when you make a guarantee of, let's say, 3 months, let's say you give 3 months as opposed to 2 weeks. I have experimented, and if you give somebody 2 weeks to make a decision, your return rate goes up. Why? Because they feel when they get it, they've got to make that decision, and they might not be in a good mood at the time, and they want to get this off their desk, and so they will return it. But if you give them 3 months, they say, oh, well, I've got 3 months. I'll just keep it here and then decide later and use it for a while. And then the returns on 3 months are infinitesimally smaller than the returns when you offer a 2-week trial period. And so don't be afraid to take advantage of the satisfaction conviction because it really works. This is one of the more powerful one. It is one of my favorites, to be real frank. It is one of my favorites. And by the way, before we end the session, I'm going to share with you one last item about a healer here on Maui who is probably one of the most incredible people. If you're here on Maui, you might want to take advantage. If there's anything wrong with you, if there's anything that you feel could be corrected, or this is the person to see. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. I just wanted to get that point in and remind myself to tell you. Satisfaction conviction. Here is a good example. This ad, this was a service. We provided a bulletin of all of these different products, and you had to pay a $10, it was cheap, a $10 fee to get the bulletin. And if you didn't buy anything, then we'll refund the unused portion of your subscription. That was one offer. And the second offer was if okay. Well, what if you never buy from us and your 2-year membership expires? Fine. Send us your membership card and we'll fully refund your $5 plus send you interest on your money. And we doubled response, and that was at the very end of the ad. So you see how powerful satisfaction convictions can be. Make an offer that is so incredible that people say to themselves, boy, they might really get ripped off. And you'll be amazed at the people are really genuinely much, much nicer. I know there are some seminars, for example, where people say one of the deals at the seminar is if you're not 100% happy at the end of the seminar, we'll give you all your money back. And very few people take advantage of that. Here's a cartoon. If not completely satisfied, return the unused portion of our product, and we will return the unused portion of your money. Not a satisfaction conviction, no. Simplicity. If in any selling situation, keep your offer as simple as possible so the prospect only has to say yes or no. Give them options will almost kill a sale. Save multiple products or choices for a catalog. I know Tim Ferriss in his book mentioned something that I tested a long time ago. I had a manufacturer come to me. It was the people who produced the Swiss Army knife. And they said, we're in the watch business now, being in Switzerland, and we have three models, men's, women's, and a child's, and they come in three different colors, and we'd like you to run a big campaign in print. And I looked at it, and I said, well, that's really great. That's good to know we have all those different models. That'll be great for our catalog, but for print, for our big mail order campaign, I just want one. I want the black men's watch. And they looked at me kind of strange, and they said, well, this doesn't make sense. If you offer men, women, and children, don't you reach a bigger market? I said, no, because what you do is you confuse people. They can't decide whether they want to get one for their wife or they can't figure out which color they want. I said, it's going to kill the sales. And sure enough, I said to him, look, I'll test it. I'll run one ad showing 9 styles, and I'll run another ad with the same copy showing just one. Let's see which one works the best. And we did, and sure enough, it was something like 6 times. I'm quoting from Tim Ferriss's book, because I know he quotes 6 times. It pulled in 6 times the orders. So you see the simplicity, how important simplicity is in your advertising. And I think that's one of the big mistakes a lot of people make. I don't care what you're selling. I don't care what service you're selling. Keep it simple. If you complicate it, it becomes, it'll kill the sale. Oh, here's talking about Tim Ferriss. My name is Tim Ferriss, and I achieved at the age of 35 the presidency of Alpha Plastics, 12 dictatorships, multi-millionaire status, and then one day it hit me. I wanted to discover what it was all about. Now I would like to pursue this meaning and become one of the best goddamn gurus in the business. Where's Tim? Yeah, there he is. It's really a coincidence. I mean, here I found this cartoon in the Wall Street Journal. It had your name in it. It was really, really weird. Consistency. Once a sale is made, it's easy to add to the sale or guide the prospect into purchasing more. How many people here have bought from a catalog and they found one item that they liked, and then they started looking through the rest of the catalog to see if they could add to the order? Isn't that how a lot of you shop? Can I see hands? Yeah, it's just natural, isn't it? It's just natural. And so once you make a sale, you know, in an infomercial, once a person makes the decision for a sale, they have what is called an upsell, where the operator on the phone says, okay, you've ordered your blue blockers. Would you like a pair for your children? We have child's blue blockers or some other offer. We have a lens cleaning kit. And very often they'll include that with the offer. That's a very common thing. It's called an upsell. And you should use it in your business. For example, I know a very good friend who used to be the general manager of the Portland Trail Blazers. And he had these promotional packages that he had to sell to various corporations in Portland. And he would go into the offices of these people and he'd sell them on a very simple package. And they'd say, thank you, that's good, that's great. And as he's walking out the door, he says, oh, by the way, since you're getting that package, you might as well get this other thing that goes along with it. And the guy says, oh, okay, add that into it. And he's walking out. But one last thing, you know, you ordered that and you want that. Why don't you get this? And then that'll complete the. And very often he'd be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4 upsells. Once they make the commitment, I use this as an example. When I was in New York, living in New York, I lived in New York for about a year, and I was from Chicago. And in Chicago, people are a lot more friendlier, you know, and I was in New York, and I went into this one restaurant. My favorite dish was chocolate ice cream with whipped cream. I don't know, I just had this taste for chocolate ice cream with whipped cream. So I went into a restaurant, and I ordered chocolate ice cream with whipped cream, and the waitress looks at me and says, you mean a sundae? And I says, no, chocolate ice cream and just whipped cream. She says, well, that's a sundae without the syrup. So I said, well, what difference does it make? Well, she says, if you order a sundae, it's 35 cents. And if you order just chocolate ice cream, it's 25 cents. So I got to charge you 35 cents. So I said, oh, okay. So she brings the chocolate ice cream with the whipped cream. And then I went to a totally different restaurant, and the same result. She said, I'm sorry, but I have to charge you for a sundae. And she went through the whole same explanation. And so anyway, after a while, I expected this routine, and I finally one day I was really tired. I'd worked really hard that day, and I just didn't want an argument. So I walked into this one restaurant, and I said, I'll have a dish of chocolate ice cream. And as she's walking away, flashed into my mind, what am I letting this I worked hard today. I would like whipped cream. So I said, Miss, and she says, yeah, put a little whipped cream on that. She says, okay. She delivers the chocolate ice cream with the whipped cream, and the check comes, and it's 25 cents. I was being charged for just the ice cream. So I said, let me try that at another restaurant. So I went to another restaurant, and the same thing. As the waitress is walking away, I said, put a little whipped cream on it, okay? Oh, yeah, I'll put a little cream. So I was with a business associate, and I was telling him this story. And he says, I'll tell you what, let's try a little game here. I'll order it like you used to order it, and you order it like you do now, okay? And let's see if the check is different. So the waitress comes over. She gives him a hard argument. She takes his order, and I said, I'll just have chocolate ice cream. She's walking away. I said, Miss, add a little whipped cream to mine as well, okay? Sure. I get the identical dish, right? The identical dish. The check comes. He gets charged 35 cents. I get charged 25 cents. And it's this consistency. People are consistent in their actions. If you see that? Okay, now. Authority. Establish yourself as an authority on a product category, either by your name or by your statements. In other words, if you have a rug cleaning service, I would put in the name of your service, but make it clear that is what you do, or that you provide cleaning services of some kind. Involvement and ownership. Put the product into the hands of the prospect either through words or action, so the prospect actually feels like he or she is holding it, the story of the TV salesman. Let me explain. The hands of the prospect either through words or action, so the prospect actually feels like he or she is holding it, the story of the TV salesman. Let me explain the story. This is a true story. This was the days when there weren't remote controls for TV, but there was a salesman that worked for an appliance store. And the salesman was the most effective salesman in the history of this appliance store. And everybody was kind of curious as to what he did that was really different, because they couldn't figure it out. And he once, at his retirement party, got up and he says, I'm retiring now and I'm leaving. And let me tell you what I did and why I was so successful. And he said, the reason I've been so successful is because I will stand in the beginning of the store and I'll watch people go in. And if somebody goes up to a television set and starts turning the knobs or touches it or gets involved with the product, I know that's a good prospect and I have a 50-50 chance of selling. But if somebody just looks at it and doesn't do anything, I don't even bother with that person. It isn't that interesting. And so what I have found is if you want to sell somebody something, hand them the product, maybe hand them a piece of carpet and say, look, this is a clean carpet, no bugs in it. Here's another carpet. It's dirty. It's got bugs. You can't tell the difference, can you? You see what I'm saying? In other words, let them touch the product. Let them hold the product. Let them get involved. That's why car dealers let you take a car out and drive it yourself to get the feel of it. It's a very effective way of selling. Sense of urgency. Make sure the prospect buys from you from a sense of urgency. He or she will either lose the opportunity to buy if they don't act right away, or they'll lose the opportunity of a price break. If you sell somebody and the final comment that they make is, okay, well, let me think about it, or let me check with my wife, or you've lost the sale. 9 out of 10 times, you have lost the sale. You have got to be so good in your sales presentation that when it comes time to close that sale, you show a sense of urgency. That's true. I mean, that's honest. But that causes them to fear losing the opportunity of buying from you if they don't accept it right away. So a sense of urgency is very important in the selling process. Okay. Sense of... I don't know where this came from, but anyway. Harmonize. Harmonize with your prospect so that he or she nods in agreement with you. Get them to say yes right from the start to create a buying momentum. Remember we talked about that before? Yes, do you want to harmonize with them? Get your reader to say yes. Credibility. If your advertisement is honest, you are familiar to your prospect, the name of the company makes sense, and if the statements you make are realistic, you can develop a great deal of credibility with your prospect. For example, here's an ad. It's an old ad, but it really gets across the point. It's a computer dialer, and do you see where it's from? It's from a company called the Tool Shack. What kind of credibility does the tool shack have on selling electronic products? So you see what I'm saying? So very often credibility. It's really important that you have credibility. Desire to collect. Do you know, you'll be amazed at what people will collect. Don't overlook this possibility regardless of what you sell. Joe refers this to in one of his manuals, which you'll be getting later. And that is simply that if people start collecting something, maybe it's an award, a carpet cleaning award, and people just collect those carpet cleaning awards, they'll continue to collect. We found, for example, we would sell a digital watch, and we would find that our best customers were customers who already bought a digital watch. And I couldn't understand that. I mean, how many watches could you wear? But apparently people love to collect. Here's a little cartoon, reminds me of QVC. You'll be amazed at what people collect. I mean, there's clocks and all different kinds of animals and fish, and people collect. They just love to collect. Exclusivity. Make your product or service appear to be limited or exclusive to your prospect. I did that with my books by signing every copy. The Triggers book, every copy was signed. I've limited the quantities. A good example is, this is an ad that appeared in the Wall Street Journal, a full-page ad. I was licensed by the estate of Picasso, and I offered 4 collector tiles. And I stated very clearly and they were very inexpensive. They weren't expensive at all. And I stated very clearly in the ad that we are going to be absolutely deluged with orders, and the only way we're going to decide who gets the tile collection is by random access using a computer. And believe it or not, we needed a thought. We showed a statement there that the sets cost us so much to make, and the ad in the journal cost us so much, and our net profit is $2,960, but we're not going to have enough to fill. So you send in your order, and by chance, if you get it, you're going to be really lucky. Well, in fact, here it starts out, this advertisement is being run for what may well be the most unusual limited edition offer ever made, and for good reason. First, your chances of purchasing it, even if you have the funds, are very remote. And secondly, the concept behind its issuance gives even art collectors with meager means the same opportunity to purchase the series at its initial offering. Well, we needed 1,200 orders to sell everything. I forget exactly what it was. We ended up getting something like over 10,000 orders. And so we had to write 9,000 of those people and say, I'm sorry, but you missed out. You did not get it. And the 1,200 people that got it, we said, congratulations. If you're interested in selling, we have a tile exchange where we will notify people on a regular basis of your willingness to sell. Anyway, to make a long story short, of the 9,000 people that were not able to get that series, they were the best customers you could imagine. We came out with another series, and we sold like 80% of our list. They were so hungry to get, they felt so rejected because they weren't able to get the first offering. So that was and it's a concept that many of you could, anybody could use really, because the concept is you offer something that more people want than you could possibly deliver, and then you know that the people you have to reject are going to be really good customers in the future. Linking. Relate your product or service to an existing product or service. Link the features or the concept. It is very difficult to sell a miracle product. You want to link it to something. I always found it's very hard to sell a miracle. If I have a product like that smoke detector, it sits on the ceiling, it's a nose, I'm linking it to something that people could understand. A good example, Pocket Yellow Pages. This was a product that had a bunch of phone numbers in it. Of course, now today that's so common, but back then this was a really exciting product. So you link it. Mental engagement. Don't be so obvious. Let the reader stretch with your statements. And I'll show you a digital watch example. Here's a digital watch example. In other words, when you cause a person to think, if you don't make it so obvious, that causes little hormones to start secreting in your brain. And believe it or not, you have your brain is more activated. You feel more pleasurable. Good example is this. You see, it says the Seiko chronograph alarm sells for $300. The watch costs jewelers $150, and jewelers love the item not only because of the excellent reputation of the Seiko brand, but because it's probably America's best-selling new expensive digital watch. And Seiko can't supply enough of them to their dealers. What don't I say in that ad? I don't say that the jewelers are making a fortune, do I? And then I talk about the copy that we have. And most dealers are selling it for $100, and they're making it as fast as we can, and we're selling them for a lot less. But the point is, I don't make it so obvious. And a lot of times you want people to start thinking. You want people to come to a conclusion on their own. Anything that causes the mind to work hard to reach a conclusion creates a positive, enjoyable, or stimulating effect on the brain. Patterning. Pattern your ad after the way other ads in your category are presented. Blend in with the competition. Doesn't mean you copy, but it means that you kind of blend in. I'll give you a good example. This is The Lazy Man's Way to Riches by Joe Carvo, an old ad. He ran it everywhere. I had a guy attend my seminar back in the 70s who was a UPS driver and saw how many packages he was picking up from a mail order customer and said, this is the business I want to be in. And so he got into this business. Now, his product was different than Joe Carbo's, but he wanted to pattern his ad after one of the most successful ads that we're running. So watch what happens now. Watch carefully. Looks like his ad. Of course, it's called The Dirty Man's Way to Pick Up Girls. But you see you see how he patterned his ad after Joe Carbo. These are some ads that have patterned themselves after JSNA ads at the time. Of course, Pocket Yellow Pages. Here's a good example. This was somebody who attended my seminar and copied the exact format. It was okay because I provided him with product. But that was a German ad. And, of course, in German, there were a lot more words. But he ran a number of ads for himself using our copy. Product nature, each product has a personality and a nature, and it's up to you to learn the uniqueness of your product and express an understanding of that nature as you present your product. And the prospect, your customer, what really makes that customer tick? Know your prospect, learn what they like and what they want, and then appeal to their wants and needs. Proof of value. No matter how wealthy you are, you want to know that you did not overpay for your purchase. And you often need to prove that fact with your customers. Familiarity. If your prospect is familiar with your company, your product, your brand name, they will feel more comfortable and more inclined to make a buying decision. That's where those multiple mailings come in. They recognize your name. They know who you are. They feel comfortable. Be specific. Instead of saying 90% of the public believes, it's more believable if you say 89.78%. In short, be very specific, and you'll make your figures a lot more believable and sound less like advertising babble. Now, here's a cartoon. It says, none of us likes to insult their intelligence, Bolton, but it just so happens that it pays to insult their intelligence. Anyway, it was out of the Wall Street Journal, and Tim Ferriss didn't have anything to do with that. Okay, sell with emotion. People buy on emotion and justify with logic. They buy a Mercedes because they want the emotional satisfaction of owning such a prestigious car, but they will justify the purchase with logic. Look at words as emotional stories and express yourself with emotion. Here's a good example. I came out with an ad called I'm the world's highest paid copywriter. I ran this in Advertising Age. My mom had recently died about four months earlier. I was very helpless feeling. She died of cancer. I felt like I was helpless. What could I do? How could I support her memory? And I came out with an ad and basically used that random selection thing. I said, send me a contribution. All contributions will be accepted. And then I'll pick the winner and I'll write ad copy for that winner for a whole week. And I justified my value by virtue of all the successful ads that I had written. Here's another example, Anatomy of an Accident. I spoke for Volvo Corporation in Gothenburg, Sweden, and I gave a seminar for them. And one of the things that I got was a very big, steep discount on a new Volvo. And a few months after receiving that Volvo, I was driving down a highway and got hit head on by a drunk driver. And you can see from the way the cars look, it wasn't very pretty. I was in intensive care for 3 weeks, almost lost my life. And anyway, what I did here was come up with a campaign where I would give a certain percentage of my sales from my catalog to the Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Here's an example, an ad with emotion. Russia thinks this was during the Cold War, and the Russians shot down a Korean jetliner, killing all the people on board. And there was somebody who came out with a book who lived in Russia and escaped and wanted to sell this book, but no American bookseller would take the book because the Russians in America were preventing it. And so I came up with this ad to sell the book. However, no publication would accept it either. It was really weird. Justify with logic. Remember, you sell with emotion, but you justify with logic. The Mercedes owners will tell you that the reason he bought the car was because of its rack and pinion steering and a whole bunch of safety features, but the same features can be found in many other cars. And hope. Some people buy on hope. The hope that a certain diet will work, that the vitamins they buy are protecting them from getting sick, or even a new golf ball will add a few yards to their drive. You want to utilize that. You want to use the factor that hope, that if they use your product, there's a good chance that they're going to achieve some really good success. Integrity, are you delivering what you promised? Does what you represent what you will do? Do your actions match your words? Your prospect is smart. They'll sense your integrity. Believe me, they'll know. So what if we can't sell to the kids? The adults are more gullible anyway. Honesty. And here's my next most favorite. In fact, the most favorite. Keep honesty as your main principle. The more honest you are in your advertising, the more believable you will be, and the more products you will sell. Your customer knows instinctively if you are honest by what you say. What are they? You use to build trust, create a buying environment, and finally they trigger a sale. And all of them are in the Adweek Copywriting Handbook. As I said, Triggers is no longer available. You can get this on Amazon.com for like $15. It's well worth it. It contains the 31st trigger, which is fear of losing the opportunity of getting a product. I don't list it there, but in any of this material, but fear is the 31st trigger. Now, I would like to question here, and that is, I have a tie of silk, $39.95 tie, and a cap, a racing cap, a Blue Blocker racing cap. And I'm going to give one of these out to whoever. I'm going to ask a question, and I want you to stand up and say, this was Joe Polish's suggestion. What did you get out of this course, and then, or so far? And then after you hear your answer, you'll be entitled to receive one of these products, okay? How many, does anybody would like to volunteer what they got out of this course? Is this what you were suggesting, Joe?
Absolutely. Wanting to see how they're to take the triggers that you've talked about and examples and see how you would use it and integrate it into your own business to sell and persuade people.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Objection raising. I was just thinking of all the objections people have to cleaning their carpets. There's still the old myths. Oh, it's going to stretch out my carpet. Oh, it's going to leave residues that attract dirt, and all the ways we can overcome those objections. And a lot of people are tearing out their carpet because of fear of allergies.
Okay, 5 reasons why you should not tear out your carpet, or 5 misconceptions that people have about dirty carpets. There's you're raising the objection, and then you resolve it. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, Joe, get this woman I guess.
Well, she's not going to wear a tie, and Steve, and her husband Steve doesn't deserve it. So, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a gentleman. Go ahead.
I like the 31st one, the fear, because I think that what's in a lot of people's mind is whether they can trust the company or trust the people they're dealing with. So I can really see us using that trigger.
Fear?
Yes, like
I think, well, trust, oh boy, if people fear, to me, it's more raising an objection. If people fear using a carpet, then you want to raise that fear. You want to say, you might fear that your carpet, of having your carpets cleaned, okay? Is nothing to do. Fear is the fear of losing something, of not being able to get something. So I think raising an objection is really what you're talking about. But sir, since you came up with such a brilliant question, you got this silk Italian tie designed by a gentleman who designed it for Blue Blocker.
I got to
And
see this, so we got to. Hey. That's pretty interesting. What little glasses on it?
it's a pattern.
I was expecting it to be some like Blue Blocker racing stuff.
No, it's got like a
Watch
pattern
out.
on there.
Give him a hand. That's powerful. That was powerful.
Okay, next. Yes, sir.
We got your books a while back and been kind of contemplating how to put it into our stuff. And one trouble we had was trying to figure out how to upsell, especially protectant when we'd upsell it. And we use the trigger, the authority, where I realized that whenever I would go to the house and I'd tell them why they need to have it and do they want to have it, they usually they didn't sell their. They no, I don't need it this time. But then what I did is every time I go, I'd say, ma'am, I recommend that your carpet needs it done. And they went off my authority and they say, okay, yeah, throw it in there. And actually our sales went to about 95% now that we sell upholstery. And sell protective.
That's a good thing to share. Yeah. Isn't that really clever? And weren't you the one that told me about you read the books and your sales now have gone?
Yeah, well, we have a newspaper ad that are fast enough of some of your stuff that, especially the misspell. We did the misspell and we got a huge amount of people. We did if you see a misspell in our ad, you get $10 off your next service, and we had a huge response off that. So
Yeah, see, that brings in involvement. It brings in, but here's a gentleman that took one of my ads and kind of, I'm surprised a lot of people don't do more of that, because I know this Picasso tile thing is a great concept, because where do you get 60, 70, 80% return rate on a promotion? You first condition that group. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. We got a gentleman back there first.
Actually, what you're just saying about the am I on? About the misspelled word thing. I mean, you're killing two birds with one stone, because not only you turn it into a promotion, but like 80% of the room here can't spell anyway. So it's such a, myself included.
We did that for the newspaper, the Maui Weekly. And we said there are a number of mistakes in the Maui Weekly, and if you circle all of them and send them in, then you will win a prize. And it wasn't that we were offering a prize or doing this as a promotion. We were seriously looking for somebody who can do a good job of editing. And the newspaper we produced, we did not think had anything wrong with it. And yet the person who won and became our editor, the person that edited for us, was somebody who found like 20 errors in it. I mean, so that was the purpose of that thing. But that concept has worked a number of times actually for me as well. Yes, the next.
I found several things. The transition is probably the hardest thing that I have in copywriting, that it's difficult for me to do transitioning. So that's something that I'm going to be working with, as well as timing. And then, of course, don't fall in love with your copy. But the one item that's going to make me a ton of money is the headline, "Stop Soaking Your Carpets," that objection raising. And what I'm going to be doing is presenting a product that is basically, we're going to go in and actually dry the carpets with dehumidifiers and fast air movers and sell it as a service onto our carpet cleaning. So we would raise potentially 30%, increasing our volume just on that objection raising concept.
Okay. So good. No, so good. You raise the objection. This gentleman gets a tie as well.
All right, I'll grab it.
There's no, that's excellent. Okay, this gentleman over there.
Hello.
Would you give us your first name?
Ralph
Ralph.
from Texas.
Ralph from Texas.
The desire to belong. Going through here, I see a lot of different ways to really brings some attention to the fact that we're part of Platinum, we're part of a group, but most people want to belong to something bigger than themselves. So I'm going to use the testimonials that we already use, but the commercial accounts in our community take pictures of the vans in front of those, get their testimonial on letterhead, with the idea of saying, wouldn't you want to be one of these people too?
Yes. We got brilliance here. He gets a hat. Okay.
We got two more. Well,
Okay.
we can do one more.
Okay. Tim, is that you back there?
All right. I just want to say what a pleasure it is for me to actually be listening to you in person. I know I already said that, but I'll say it again. One of my few heroes up here.
Thank you, Tim.
So one thing that I've really found extremely useful, and I'm going to be carrying this around with me now anytime I do any writing, is that I think many people, including myself, have an inkling, a certain feeling that these principles work, but they haven't codified them. They haven't put them in a checklist that can actually be applied. So one thing that's really helped me with your books, all of your books, is that it makes some of these urges and ideas that many people are just a few inches away from accessible in a very practical way. And so for me, one of my favorite triggers is, by far one of my favorites is the objection raising. I just think it's so critical. And it's sort of like making fun of yourself before anyone else can. It completely nullifies the threat. And I'm going to be speaking at an event in Silicon Valley in a few days, but everyone asks me, like, how did you do it with your book? How did you do it with your book? And one of the things I did was every time my publisher or my editor wanted to say, oh, you have to make it appeal to everybody. We have to make this as general as possible. You need to make it work for everybody and anybody. And I said, no, like, I'm going to come out right out front and say, you know what? This book isn't for everybody. It's for people who are, hardworking, intelligent, and want to get from here to here. And by doing that, it also comes back to the association. But I think that raising objections, pointing out what your product doesn't do, who it's not for, in many ways can be really helpful. So that's something that you've helped me to reinforce and use.
Good, Tim. And, another thing, too, what it does is it makes you come across as being very honest and with integrity. So it covers a lot of ground. That's one of my favorites, too, actually. Yes. We have one more. He gets the Blue Blocker Racing cap.
I couldn't even fit that thing on his head.
The last one, and then we're going to close. Yes.
The favorite trigger that I like to use is storytelling. And I always tell a story about our carpets, 26-year-old light beige carpets. We've raised two boys. They make their mess on the carpet, cleans up easily. Cat loves to throw up on the carpeting, cleans up easily. And as a result, I sell a lot of protector.
Good for you. Good for you. That guy gets what does he get?
He gets a hat.
He gets another cap. Yes.
Let's give him half a bottle of water.
Joe has put together a book, How to Use Psychological Triggers to Maximize Your Marketing Success. And he has devoted this entire book to the triggers and how they could apply to carpet cleaning. And I thought he did an ingenious job. There are some really good ideas in this book. I think this is going to be very valuable for you. So anyway, he's going to pass this out, and he's going to pass it out for free of charge. I will be back tomorrow with a few more horror stories, a few more stories that you'll find interesting. Hopefully you will learn from all of this. And then, of course, tomorrow I will also give you this insight, the spiritual insight that drove me through all these failures and convinced me that I was going to be successful. It was just a matter of time. And so we'll discover some of those spiritual aspects. We'll discuss some of the other things that I think all of you will really enjoy. But I want to thank you all. You've been a great audience. You've been very attentive. And I've enjoyed meeting all of you. You're a great group of people. And I'm really pleased and delighted to see all of Joe's really good friends. And meeting Tim Ferriss for the first time. We kind of had a relationship, but it's been through books. And where's Cameron? I don't see Cameron.
Yeah, I think he's been in the bathroom for like half an hour.
Oh, so he went to the bathroom. And Dean, and well, I can't mention all the names because I'll never do it. And my good friends Wiebitz and Archie, who Wiebitz and Archie have a radio show here on Maui which I've appeared on a few occasions. So anyway, she was once elected or voted Miss Filipino. That was a couple of years ago. And so anyway, a real dear friend, Archie and Weebitz. Okay, well, thank you very much, and thanks for, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to go into a few more things. I just want to mention that I brought whatever books I had here. I didn't realize this was going to be a selling type of opportunity. I thought it was more going to be like a giving opportunity, where I'm constantly giving out things. And here we go. This is the Adweek Copywriting Handbook, and this is available on Amazon.com. And this is the book that if you order and send me a receipt, I will send you a Batman credit card. Joe will send you all the information as to how to get that Batman credit card, okay? The other books that I have, they're in the back, and it's a series. One is called Advertising Secrets of the Written Word.
Very easy.
The second is called Marketing Secrets of a Mail Order Maverick. The Advertising Secrets of the Written Word is really how to write copy. It's a great book. It's gotten the best reviews.
How long did it take you to write all these books?
It's really interesting. You know what I do? I go on a fast, one of those juice fasts, and I don't eat for 3 weeks. And during those 3 weeks, that's when I write my books. I wrote Triggers in 10 days. What happens when you go on a fast? You think clearer. You think, you have more energy, believe it or not, and you're never hungry, because whenever you're hungry, you just drink.
You sure it's just because you're not like severely hallucinating and fatigued?
Then this is a book called Marketing Secrets of a Mail Order Maverick, and that's basically how to use your new writing talents and how to apply them to direct mail, to printed media, basically. And then the third book is Television Secrets for Marketing Success, and this is a good book if you have a product or an unusual item that you would like to get on QVC, or in home shopping, or you want to do a TV spot. It gives you all. It's really a storybook about all my experiences on QVC, some of the challenges I've had, the video, and it's just an interesting book if you're at all interested in going there.
Can I ask you a question about this stuff? Because I mean,
Sure.
Clearly, like from a financial standpoint, you've never needed to sit down and write books. I mean, compared to what the other things you've done, why? It may sound like a stupid question, but I'm just more so. Why do you do that stuff? Why do you actually write the books and have done all that?
Well, the seminars actually started out. I would get a call. I'm here in my office in the Chicago area, and I'm getting a call from somebody in California, and they say, Joe, I've just got a marketing problem. I'd like to talk to you in person for like 15 minutes. Do you mind if I fly all the way from Los Angeles to Chicago? I'll take a taxi from the airport, come to your office, and spend the 15 minutes with you. And I said, well, gee whiz, if you're willing to do that, sure. So the guy comes out, and I spend the whole day. And this happened not just once. This happened maybe 3-4 times. And I said to myself, if they're really that motivated to come out and visit with me, I'm just going to do a seminar. And one of the things that I learned from my seminars was that everything that I taught, I learned more than my seminar participants. My advertising got a lot better. And the more I taught, the better I got. And I'm talking about, I taught competitors. I taught Sharper Image. I taught DAC. I taught all of these other competitors at the time. And so I also learned that the more you give, the more you receive. It's kind of common knowledge now. It's karma. But I always feel that if I can help somebody, if I can motivate somebody, if I can be a mentor, whether it is in book form or whatever, I'm really making a contribution to society. That's really what it's all about. It's not whether you make money, because you'll make money if you contribute to society. That's my philosophy, really. If you look at some of these very successful people, they're not successful because they were lucky. They're successful because they provided to society something that benefited society in such a way that they were rewarded. A good example is blue blocker sunglasses. People didn't know that ultraviolet light was bad for your eyes. They didn't know that. They didn't know blue light was bad for your eyes. And as a result of educating the public and protecting all of those eyes, the universe, in a sense, rewarded me. So anyway, why do I write the books? Because I really like to help other people. I really do. That's my passion. It really is my passion. So that was the motivation. And I think if all of you had that passion, even in your business, you want to help people have clean carpets. You want to educate them. You want to show them the importance of that. And that's important. Does that answer your
No,
question, Joe?
absolutely. And it's the exact reason why I got into, all of this sort of stuff was an accident. It was a byproduct of trying to learn marketing. And the reality is the fastest way that I have found to learn something is to have to structure it, organize it, and then share it with other people. Because if you just take it to a whole nother level, which is, everyone here understands that, and I think most everyone in the room does that. How many of you spend on a weekly basis, you always find yourself giving marketing advice to somebody either outside of your company? How many of you do that almost on a weekly basis? Yeah, it's so, once you learn this knowledge, it's amazing in how fast it accelerates your own learning. And yeah, it's a karmic thing. You just get so much return when you try to help other people.
And you look at Joe, look at all the people this guy's interviewed. Look at all the connections he's made in his life. And what is he doing this for? He's doing it because he wants to educate his membership. But in the process, he is becoming this incredible networking genius who, if you want something accomplished, just call Joe Polish. I don't care what it is. And look at all the friends he has. Look at all the really interesting people I've met through Joe. And I haven't even tried, nor has Joe. It's just, look what he's done. So anyway, that's I have a lot of other spiritual philosophies. I can share a couple of them with you right now. Are you interested in that? Well, you saw all the failures I had, and I learned very early that the more I learned very early that every time you fail, you have to look at it as a wonderful thing, that there's going to be a benefit associated with that failure, but you don't realize it at the time. In other words, eventually you'll find out what that reason is. So every time I have a failure, I'm not attached to that failure. I just keep on going on, and I learn from it. And sometimes it's painful. Sometimes, you say to yourself, wow, I said, how could this possibly be good? But you have to have that faith. There's a story, I have a cousin that was a psychiatrist and used to be the psychiatrist for the San Diego Chargers, believe it or not. And his job was to determine what it took to make a superstar. In other words, what was the background? What element in a football player showed that person could be a potential superstar? And he came up with two conclusions. The first one was a very religious person, somebody who really believed in God or in some higher power, very deeply religious. And the second person was the person who had a huge ego. So when you think about it, what really did they both have in common? And that was belief. One believed in themselves, another believed in a higher power. And it's that belief, if you really believe you're going to be a success. Throughout my whole life, I always said, I'm going to be a success. I'm failing one after another, right? I'm barely able to eat. And yet I knew I was going to be a success. I had this belief. I was not going to accept anything else but that belief. So belief is a very important thing as well. We'll discuss some of these things actually a little later. I'll discuss some other philosophies and some other thoughts. But I wanted to turn the floor over to Joe because I know there's some really interesting things that we could talk about that relate to your business. And I have some ideas that I'd like to share as well.
Who of you out there has a marketing example as it relates to triggers that would like to come up on stage and share what it is and get any feedback or input from myself and or Joe? Okay. I saw two hands. Let's keep it carpet related for now. And then if we have time, we'll do. Okay. Come on up. And who else? Okay. All right. Judy and, okay. Come on up. So we got three. I'll stand. We got 4 chairs here. Okay. You guys come on up here. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi.
What's up? Good. Okay. You guys have a seat?
All right.
Let us pass the mic. Where's that other mic at?
It's right there.
Okay. Right in front. Dave's like right in front of you. Okay.
Thank you.
And Judy, you coming up? Okay. You guys will just pass the mic. And go ahead and have a seat, Joe, if you want. Okay. Which one of you guys or gals would like to go first? Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Emilio Martinez. My brother and I own Fiber Care in El Paso.
And we've had this story. I was born in El Paso before. You know that, right? Anyway, that's nothing to do with what you're about to say, but I figured I'd just kind of insert that in.
And a while back, we started sending out the newsletters, which were very successful for us. And we made a decision early on not to change any of the formula that was associated with a newsletter. And we started tracking our numbers and everything, just like Joe suggests. And one of the offers that was made on one of the newsletters was to give free spot and spill insurance whenever you offer carpet protector. So, as we were tracking our numbers, we noticed that no one was calling us back on any of the carpet protector sales that we had made that were, I believe the offer was like to do free spot and spill for about 6 months without any strings attached. We'd go back and clean up any spots and spill that folks had. As we're tracking these numbers, we realized that our protector sales were through the roof. In fact, today we're doing about 95% protector sales on each contact that we make. So, during this process, we decided that we would offer a spot and spill insurance certificate in order to increase our sales consistently on every single sale that we made. And it's worked like gangbusters. Unwittingly, and Joe mentioned it yesterday, 3 months was somewhat of a magic number when you offer any kind of satisfaction conviction. So our spot and spill certificate for any protector sale is to go back and treat spots for a minimum of 3 months, and just that's enough to convince folks to go ahead and do the add-on, and it's just been great for us. So just something to recommend to everybody. If you haven't tried it, give it a try. But again, it's using the satisfaction conviction. It's really knowing your product and feeling confident about it. And it raised our confidence level to really build up a lot of emphasis on how important it is, and it gives you a lot of opportunities to tell a lot of carpet protector sales stories, which is great.
Have you found that hearing the triggers explained the way that Joe's explained them and laid them out, you get a better understanding of what it is we're actually doing and why it works?
Absolutely. I mean, just the way the satisfaction conviction, taking on all the risks, the risk reversal process, the free room of carpet cleaning, not the third room, the first room. We love telling folks that, they have no risk when they do that with us. In fact, we got that line from Jeremy Hansel's stuff. When you do business with us, you have no risk. And that's the attitude that we've taken. And it's just really worked in our favor. Something that you both mentioned a few minutes ago about giving folks, we give like red stain removals and things like that, which is it's included in the price. We don't nickel and dime folks, and we give them all this information. If you go to our website, fibercare-elp.com, we have a tab called Fiber Care Recommends, and it has all these quote unquote secrets, carpet secrets, upholstery secrets, pet urine secrets, and it's all this information that people can just go download. And I track all that using Google Analytics, and I see how many hits we get on that particular page, and everybody just loves it. Gives you instant credibility. Just you're an expert.
Exactly. Yeah, see, the way that I look at the triggers is it's kind of like breaking down the anatomy of why marketing and advertising and influence works and how it works. You know, it's the whole flip the switch on a light switch. I mean, I don't know the inner workings of why electricity works, and frankly, I don't really care. I just want light. And when you know how the wiring works, though, it allows you to have much different applications of it. And one of the biggest challenges and resistance that people have for really improving and increasing the intensity of their marketing is they simply don't understand how it works and why. And so the breaking down of the triggers is just covers all of the different reasons why. Well, good. Very good. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it.
I'm Jeremy Hongslow from Wasilla, Alaska. And the first time I read Triggers was when Joe Sugarman was at the boot camp in 2003, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I bought all this stuff and went back and read the book. And one of the things that struck me was the consistency trigger, the ice cream story. And, when we're doing, sometimes we sell jobs to our clients over the phone, and other times we do an in-home price quote. But in either case, you reach a point at sometimes when you're giving a customer the price and you're going through your whole spiel and you're running through everything. It's getting to be a pretty long process, and at one point you just don't want them to feel like they're just being oversold. And so sometimes it was a struggle to try to add on things like upholstery cleaning. If you've already got $1,000 worth of carpet cleaning and a bunch of protector and everything else, you think, geez, it's really going to be pushing it. So, and there was a resistance in the office from the office staff to try to add on upholstery. So what we started doing is we just call it the ice cream close. And I've had all of them read that chapter. And so what we
trademark that now, ice cream close.
Yeah. And so what we do is that near at the end of the phone call, once we've scheduled the job, or if we're in person, once everything's done, then we just say, oh, by the way, is there any upholstery cleaning you might like to have done? And now that they've already made the purchase, they've already bought from you, the deal is done. And then it's just so much easier for them to say, oh yeah, you know what, maybe we should go ahead and do the sofa,
right.
And it's just a real comfortable way that doesn't come across pushy. So that's the one trigger that we use.
That's crucial what you just said too. It's just it's subtle little things. It's just how you present it though. I mean, it's so much about positioning and timing, and very cool. The ice
It's just melting up here.
No, she was. Yeah, it is. People don't realize the torture that we have to endure in order to conduct a. Yeah, I can see all the sympathy, the violins, everyone. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I always just raised my hand. I didn't know what I was coming up here for, but I thought I was going to show Joe something. And
No,
he was
you
gonna
could
critique
actually.
it.
If you got like an ad example, let's talk about it.
Actually, I did want to share something Joe was saying about when you give, you receive back. And I've always known that water damage is a traumatic experience for people. But it happened to our neighbor just recently. And I went over there to check on her, and her whole house was tore up. And, she was pretty depressed, and so I got an idea that I made a little business card thing. It says, to send with flowers. And it says, I forget exactly, just a little note to cheer you up and assure you that your life will soon be back to normal again. And then on the back, it has our phone number. Call us with any questions, anything, any of your concerns. And we just have our technicians, when they go out the second day of a water damage job, stop at a grocery store florist and get $15 to $20 arrangement of flowers, a little pick in it, and they put the card in it and bring it to the person. And it's incredible. It's a small investment, but the reactions we've been getting are just incredible. It's like their whole house is tore up, but they've got these flowers in the middle of it. And
that is very simple and you'd think would be obvious, but very clever. And yeah, because
but it wasn't done to be clever. It's just
No, it's a sincere way of trying to put a smile on someone's face in the midst of a bad situation. No, I'm not meaning it that it's like, oh, it's everything's a marketing gimmick, and you can No, it's a way to bond with someone. I mean, because you have sincere appreciation when someone does something like that. That's good. You know, there's a 3 chocolate covered macadamia that's back there for you, just for you. No, very good, very good. Any questions? Any sort of insults for me of anything you'd
I
like?
do have a question. Our Yellow Page ad was very effective.
Yeah, why don't you come up?
That's okay.
No.
But I had a question for you, Joe.
Yes.
Our Yellow Page ad for years since we changed it to a Piranha ad was really effective on bringing in 10% of our sales, because 90% was client retention and referrals. But but it was a good chunk of our income, and so, but this year, the sales rep gave us this deal. Oh, if you put color in it, we'll give it to you for free. And I used the same ad, just updated it, but then I put a screen color on the background, and our calls from the Yellow Page ads just plunged instead of the white background.
Really?
And I thought, wow, what a dumb mistake. Because our talking phone book ad is the other phone book. We kept that the white background, and now that is bringing in more calls than it's ever done.
Just with plain white.
White background. Because everything else is yellow background, but putting the color screen in, it looked cool, but no one reads it.
I mean, we're right now testing, because there are times where color increases and other times it doesn't. And I honestly have been more of a, I wish Joe was actually still in the room, because I'd love to hear his input. We'll ask him this when he gets back, because he just walked out. I've always been of the philosophy that, neatness rejects involvement, ugly works. And with the current, client newsletter, where we're testing color with Piranha, with the Piranha tools, Rich Cleaner tools, I'm sorry. Where in the remodeling industry, which I've licensed my stuff to in the past, lots of testing has been done with black and white newsletter color, and have found higher responses with some of the color. And right now we've asked, a few of our Piranha members, give us your feedback when you mail our newsletter black and white versus color. And we're hearing mixed reviews on that. My thinking on it is that in certain contexts, if you try to make it too pretty, you actually turn it into it's just an ad, or for whatever reason. And other times when it's this ugly, it just works, or when it's plain, it just works better. I don't always understand why. I mean, I really do try to figure it out. All I can say is, if something's working, be careful how you test it, and because sometimes you don't want to tinker with a working wheel. And at the same time, you want to have enough flexibility to always be willing to test and be willing to lose money initially, because it'll give you a lesson. Part of the whole thing with all this marketing, and you have to have this mindset to be a good marketer, or you'll find yourself continually in frustration. And Joe talked about this a lot, is you have more failures than you have successes. Most of the times when you put an ad or a promotion out, it will fail a lot of times, but it's in those failures that you find what actually works, that you're able to replicate. And if you do not have a tolerance and a flexibility for being willing to test things and lose it, you won't make much of a good marketer, because you'll give up. It's all about winning the war, not winning the battle. And when you play a lot of battles in this marketing world, you lose a lot of battles in order to figure out what works. So the question, Joe, you walked in, she was running
Doing a breakout session in the toilet?
Yeah. He was doing a breakout session in the toilet. That's what No, but could you just quickly say, I'd love to hear your input on this, if you would know, and let's give him a mic.
Well, for years since we switched to the Piranha ad, we were getting really good results with it. And it was just a plain ad, black print. And this year they offered us, color.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Okay.
I heard that.
And she got better results with,
the plane.
Yeah.
Okay. Very often direct marketing is counterintuitive. In other words, what you think works doesn't, and what you think doesn't work works. And very often when you add color to something, it actually diminishes the comprehension. in book 2, mail order or Secrets of Mail Order Maverick, I talk about the use of type. For example, there's a certain type that you could use which will increase comprehension dramatically. There's certain column widths that if you have a certain column width, you're going to get better response. And a lot of it is like I said, it's counterintuitive. You don't really think it. You think the opposite. You think if you add color and you put a nice colorful headline or a headline in color, you're going to get more response. It's actually the opposite. So I talk about that in book number 2. There are rules that you follow. Remember I showed you that BMW ad and how wide the column width was? And they had all that room in the ad. They could have made 2 columns. It was very difficult to read. They were using the wrong typeface. A lot of times these ad agencies try to follow a theme, and I'm going to show you an example very shortly, and they just blow it. They just totally blow it. Direct marketers who go out there and fail one after another and then learn from those failures, or who read a lot. Could I just, I'm not that I'm pushing my books, but boy, I've made all the mistakes you can possibly. I have made all of them, but I've made an awful lot of them. And in my books, I talk about those mistakes and I give you what really works and what really doesn't work. One last little comment, because we were talking about success and all this kind of stuff and following the rules and everything. I have this philosophy that if you want to be super successful, first of all, if you want to be successful, you learn all of the rules. You read all the books, you learn all of the rules, and you follow them one by one. You'll be a success. If you want to be a super success, you learn all of the rules one by one, and then you break them one by one. Interesting? And that's what I did. So many times I have broken the rules, and that's where I have my big breakthroughs.
Yeah, no, I love the whole concept of if you want to have a breakthrough, you got to break something, and I'm very much a big believer of creative destruction, to continually destroy things and to test things, because that's really where some of the weirdest things work very well. I mean, you've seen people that will print coffee stains on a direct mail letter to make it look like someone put their coffee cup on it, or crumpled up letters and grabbers and all these different things. In terms of answering your question, I mean, you obviously, I think it got answered. It's just sometimes.
Joe, could I just make one comment about that as well? We really don't know if that's the case, because it could be a downturn in the economy.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a dozen other things. It could be positioning on the page. It could be a lot of other things. This is not a good test. This is not a good example. I'm not giving really good advice, because the only way you can do that is test it some other place where you can have half the people get one ad and the other half get the other, and see what kind of response you get. That's the only way you can really get an accurate feel. Now, sometimes you can get a little bit of a sense, a little bit of a direction, and you can go back to an old method, and maybe the old method will start working, and then you have a pretty good idea. But you really don't know. This is a real tough thing to figure out.
That's the whole world of marketing, though. I mean, and part of it is if you have a working wheel, just always be willing, if you're going to test it, to be willing to, if response goes down, you're doing it with the objective of determining if you can beat the control.
We did test it. I mean, we saw some results. The other phone book we advertised in was without color. It was just a white background. And that's bringing in more response than it ever has in the past.
Then maybe it's that background color.
I think it just makes it, because there's so much copy, it makes it difficult to read.
Well, there you go. Yeah. There you go. A lot of it is just common sense. Show it to somebody and say, which one would you... Show it to somebody and say, read one of these, and see which their eyes go to first. They might go to the one that's just black and with no background. So...
Cool.
You can't rely on that, but... sounds like the color is really causing the problem. And the color was free, right? Yeah, the color was free. Shows you what wonderful.
No, I've run full page ads where I've gone from black and white to color, and the color just dramatically improves response, and other times it doesn't.
Yeah, well, there are rules. They're in my second book. And I'm not trying to push the book. I'm just
push the book. These are all salespeople here.
No, I'm telling you, there are rules that just dramatically increase comprehension and dramatically decrease comprehension. And if you know that, I mean, you could write the greatest ad in the world, and then you can double response simply by the way you lay out the ad. So it's not just writing, it's not just marketing, it's understanding the rules of layout and that kind of thing. Now, these are really interesting. Aren't these interesting stories? I really I'm so proud of of these people here for coming up with some really innovative ideas. Aren't you getting some really great ideas from this? Yeah. Good.
And how much sleep are you guys getting these days with Nathaniel and Nathan? Give him a big hand for 2 months old. 2 months old. Where?
You know, I think the big hand should go to the baby. That baby has been so nice, I mean, hasn't it? Amazing. By the way, I don't know, what is your wife's name?
Billy.
What is it?
Billy.
Billy. Billy gave me an ad a little earlier to critique, so I'll probably critique it a little later.
Can you maybe share some ideas on how they can exploit their child in their advertising for fun and profit?
Oh, yeah, sure. Everybody loves to look at baby pictures. You put the baby up there in the ad and say, I've got to earn more money cleaning carpets ever since so-and-so came into our life. You know.
There you go.
I think my 6-year-old daughter is going to be upset because I think her picture is going to get kicked off that my mommy and daddy need your help letter. Actually, to answer the sleep question, I get a lot of sleep. Billy is Billy's a good wife, and probably better than what I deserve. So she does the middle of the night feeding, so it lets me sleep. So probably because she's worried about me driving down the road and falling asleep and running off the road or something. So yeah, 5 kids. The reason I didn't come up earlier is because really, my eyes were open and my brain was like on power save, so I wasn't, no. Joe said, triggers, related, and it is. It wasn't my idea. Wasn't really spawned by triggers, although I've been reading the book, and it's a really good book, and I've appreciated reading it. Got a lot out of it. My idea actually came at boot camp when I started thinking about this, when we got the renewal forms, and it was kind of interesting how Joe kind of packaged the what Brian calls the continuity program together, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. How can I do that? And what we decided, or what I came up with, and it took 4 or 5 months of me actually planning it out in my head before I actually did it. But how we have one maintenance program. You either fall under that criteria or you don't do it, and it's kind of like the one carpet cleaning thing, how we all used to do, this is how much it is to get your carpets cleaned. There were no options. And so I kind of took the maintenance program or service program and kind of packaged it up and came up with different packages for the maintenance program. And, even if you follow the ICRC standards, there's different amounts of, frequency of cleaning that different, homeowners need to do depending on the level, of traffic that they have. And so we just came up with different packages. One of the issues with the maintenance program, the way we were doing it, is that we'd have half of our clients fall off of it every year, and so we'd constantly have to, put new people on it. We'd have an issue with, clients being excited about the discounted cleaning, but then when the full price one came back around in 12 months, they weren't so excited about, writing a big check again. We had issues with just employees, getting confused about, how much are we charging this time and that time, and just things just, not going smoothly.
You mean there's marketing decisions that are happening that are not getting to the operations people in your company?
I guess.
I can't ever imagine that.
So what we did is we came up with these different packages, and now the only way that we sign people up on a maintenance program is if they do a monthly payment with us. And so what we do is we go out there, we'll do the initial cleaning, we'll get paid in full for that cleaning that we do. And then if they want to do our maintenance program, But we take, however many times they want to, if they want to do it once a year, I want somebody that wants to only, clean and protect once a year to pay me monthly, if they want to do it twice a year, 4 times a year, whatever. I have this, 6 cleanings a year, one that nobody ever does, but it's kind of like the, single, double, triple cheeseburger thing. Not many people buy the triple cheeseburger, but they buy a lot more doubles, because of it. So we take their next year worth of cleaning, divide it by 12, and the following month we start billing their credit card monthly. And so that way, when their 6-month cleaning comes around, it's already paid for. They don't have to write us a check for anything. By the time the 12-month cleaning comes, it's already paid for. They don't write us a check. Couple schools of thought behind that is that if you've got people, on a consistent monthly payment, they kind of go to sleep on it. And, if you do want to cancel it, it takes you 2 or 3 months before you actually end up, stopping the program. We don't do any refunds on the program. It's a service program. It's for a year. If you stop it, okay, you stop it, the service stops, but whatever, you've paid before is part of the program. Another thing is when we go out to do the 6 and the 12-month cleaning, well, they don't have to write us a check for anything. So it should be a lot easier to get upsells and to do furniture or add on other rooms or things because they're not having to pay us anything.
You had a comment?
Let me just. Hello. Yeah. Let me just say, this is ingenious. You are hearing an ingenious concept.
I just follow this guy right here. That's all.
Continuity is the key. If you can figure out how to put continuity in your business so that every month you bill somebody and you don't have to sell them every month or every 6 months or every year, it's just automatic. They just go on automatic.
Yeah.
That's where the big fortunes are made. There's there's this company, Guthy Renker. They do infomercials, and all of their programs are continuity. Every month or every 2 months, they ship out their products to people who then get charged to their credit card. We've done that. We had a product that we did that with, a couple products actually. One was a vitamin product, the other was a nutritional product, and we sold them. I sold them for like 2 or 3 months, and I decided to stop selling it because of government interference and all that kind of stuff. But I still continued my continuity program. 10 years later, I was still supplying product to my customers and making enough of a profit to pay for my overhead. So, I mean, that goes to show you that the potential. This is an ingenious idea. This is one idea. This is that if all of you could follow, it would pay 20 times the cost of this seminar.
Yeah, well,
this is an ingenious idea. This is one idea. This is that if all of you could follow, it would pay 20 times the cost of this seminar.
Yeah, well, see, the thing that I learned early on is that it's, for me, it's just as difficult to sell a one-time sale, a transaction, as it is to sell a relationship sale. And had I started doing continuity in my business right from when I really started, I mean, there's millions of dollars that I would have made without an ounce of extra effort, just basically the model that I used on how to package it. And from a long-term standpoint is right. I mean, you put people into continuity, then if you ever go to sell your business, you have a much more valuable asset. You maintain that relationship with your clients without having to resell them all the time. And what you've done here is, you see, I said, what? Because I'm still going to call you Bobby, Billy. What, you guys just drives me crazy. It just drives me crazy.
Where a sticker says, "Hello, my name is Bobby."
I'll still mess it up. I just mess names up badly. I don't even remember who I am half the time. But
Big Daddy, you're still right.
we have a chapter, Joe, in the book called "Let Them Choose Between You, You, and You." So you pack it, instead of giving people a yes/no option, it's different packages, and you're just simply packaging now the relationship continuity sale instead of the transaction. And I mean, what are you finding in terms of revenue that's coming out of this, or is it longevity in terms of how long they're staying? Is that the main benefit so far?
Well, we just started this probably a couple of months ago, and we've got at least 4 or 5 people.
She said, you probably want me for that answer. Cause he's like, I just got, she's the one that watches the numbers and you're just the one.
I just do it. I make it happen.
Here, let's let her. How you doing, man? You slept tonight? What's last night, then?
I got up at 4, but I'm okay.
Okay, good.
When our audit girl goes out, she makes it.
Audit girl, I like
Audit
that.
girl.
How many of you have an audit girl? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Trisha, when she goes out to do the audits, it's more of our clients go on the maintenance program. Which one do you want? It's not they just do it. But anyway, we do about 1,200 jobs a year. Not all of them are on maintenance, but we figure that this will bring in about $35,000 extra a year.
Good. Well, see, it's nice when you can implement one strategy doing something you're doing already. Yep.
I was wondering, Bobby, are you going to have to resell them at the end of each year, or do you just keep charging their credit card for life? Or
I'm not really prepared to answer questions at this point. No. No, we just have a form that we take out, and we fill out the credit card number, and it's got some fine print stuff on there, and have them sign it, and we just keep rolling it until they tell us they don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. And part of the deal with being with continuity is also maintaining continuity in the service that you deliver to people. I mean, a lot of times people will put someone on a continuity program, then all of a sudden they'll start delivering, lousy service to them, and they'll forget about the thank yous and the monthly newsletters, and all of a sudden part of all of this is just bonding with your clients. Everything from you talking about flowers. I mean, one of the most important things that I've learned to maintain a relationship is once you have a bond with a client, as long as you can maintain it and continually deliver value to them, they'll stay around for as long as they can use your stuff, or as long as you can have it under the radar in terms of how much you charge that they don't notice it. That was supposed to be funny, okay? We'll just go for about another 5-10 minutes, and we'll give you guys a break.
I had a sales letter that I don't know if you want to discuss now, or if the docket's full. That's fine.
I think your sales letter's not all that good. I read it.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Is it okay?
Yeah, go.
Okay.
And by the way, because I know that we won't have time to share all these, but if you can touch on them and then give it to us to post everything you're talking about on Piranha Central, so that when you're back, you can have access to it all. That'd be good.
I'll just be really brief. Through the Joe Sugarman's books and
the
modeling.
video guys are saying stand.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Try to look pretty to the camera, kids.
That's hard.
You're looking very handsome.
I tried to work out before coming here.
No, you look well good.
What we did was by modeling, the idea of modeling other copy that you were talking about the other day. We came across the ad for, I don't know if anyone remembers, where you get 6 CDs for a penny and sign up and pay for 12 others. Well, my wife kind of hit a light bulb on that and said, what can we do that would be like that? And we ended up coming up with the idea where on a continuity program where we're just implementing it now, where we actually go out and give people a free whole house and protected for free everywhere in their house that's open areas. And then what they do is you have to sign up for a 2-year program, paying monthly, where you get your carpets that you can pick and choose your rooms. This room I only want done once a year. This room I only want done 4 times a year or 2 times a year. And then once they do that, we total up what that cost would be, and they pay a monthly fee for clean and protect that area. And then also what we do is we throw in a whole ton of certificates for, instead of saying you get a free unlimited refill, we say you get 10 free refill certificates and a whole bunch of other stuff. But it's all loaded down with all this stuff, and you can go to our website where we have the whole sales letter at freewholehouse.com and look at that.
Freewholehouse.com, right? That's good.
So check it out, and I'd love your feedback.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
I just had a serendipitous moment, actually. I was listening to you tell the story of Jonathan.
Yeah.
And the things that you were putting him through, and it struck a memory chord for me. When did Advertising Secrets of the Written Word come out? Was it 99?
99.
I was stuck on my last nickel, needed an idea. I was in a coffee shop reading Advertising Secrets of the Written Word, copying over longhand some of your marketing in there just for inspiration, stumbled upon an idea, came up with a whole campaign for a lead generation client that I had, developed this whole concept called Fred the Flat-Headed Flea, went on to generate well over 1 million leads off of it at $5 a piece for the leads. That turned into a $5 million business. From there, it leveraged into about $50 million in sales for the next 4 years or so. And that was an inspirational spark that was inspired by just reading Advertising Secrets of the Written Word and copying it over, doing exactly what you're doing. So I just wanted to share that with everybody because I didn't even think about it from that standpoint until it all registered.
That's great.
there.
That's good. Fred the Flat-Headed Flea.
Yep.
That's just
Very
like
good.
thank you. That's right. It's
Thank
like
you. Thank you. Appreciate those.
It was your elephant story that inspired the concept. In the book, we talk about
assume constraints.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear that one?
Yes.
You want to hear a little story? Okay. The elephant story. What it is, assume constraints. We're always trying things and saying to ourselves, "Well, that won't work. This can't work." You put constraints on yourself that you assume are there, but really are not. And I tell the story about this elephant. When you go to a circus and you see these huge, big elephants, and they have these chains around their legs, and the chains are connected to a wooden spike that goes in the ground. And you look at that, and you say, well, if that elephant wanted to get loose, all the elephant had to do was just kick its leg, and out comes the spike, and they can just walk off, right? I mean, you've seen that. Well, the reason they don't do that is because when they're little baby elephants, they put this thing around their leg too, and they put a post in the ground, and it's really strong. And when the baby elephant tries to pull itself away, it hurts. It cuts into its leg, and it sometimes it starts getting sore, and sometimes it starts bleeding. And pretty soon the little baby elephant says, "Hey, this isn't worth it." And this elephant grows up thinking that it's going to be the same situation when it gets older. So don't assume anything. In other words, we're all conditioned. Very often we're conditioned that certain things are supposed to work and certain things are not supposed to work. But if you just go out and don't assume anything, you're way better off. Is that the story you were referring to? Okay, yeah, that inspired a lot of people too. It really did. So anyway, that's the story of the baby elephant. So anyway, great group, great ideas. I'm very impressed. I have a headline that I'd like to see somebody here come up with an ad for, and that is, I could have been a brain surgeon, but I chose carpet cleaning instead. I'm serious.
No, write that down. Say it again. Everyone write this down.
I could have been a brain surgeon, but I chose carpet cleaning instead.
That's an easy one. I'll let you guys do it first, but that's easy to segue into and it's a great headline. So, Len, I want to see something out of you first, if possible. Or Annette, we'll let her, whatever.
Yeah, and maybe a little later we could just kick around some of the things that you've come up with. I'd like to hear a first sentence, a first paragraph, maybe a couple paragraphs, and it'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a good exercise for you, and it might be something you could use. So anyway.
They all get, because we're out of hats and ties, you get a bottle of water. Give them a big hand. Thanks. See you guys. We're pretty much. Thank you. And yeah, any promotions you would like to, pop up on Piranha Central, do it, please. Like I said, we have a couple more comments. We'll take one from Tim Larkin, the violent man back there. And I'm kidding. You know what? We should probably qualify who Tim really is, and then we'll go to Angie over here. And then I'll bring a mic back to Joe if needed.
Yeah, I just want to say two things that struck. Actually, the assumed constraints. I never told Joe this, but reading his book, I stole that and put it in a newsletter. It was personally responsible for the New York Stock Exchange, became my client, and the Mercantile Exchange. Two of the traders read that. I used it in a self-protection standpoint because most people do have assumed constraints when it comes to violence. That is a fantastic way. You can use it probably in just about any type of a business. But I mean, that story alone of the assumed constraints of an elephant is fantastic. Secondarily, the one thing that Joe actually was saying today, it triggered back to one of my first meetings with Joe, which I won't go into all the details, but was memorable. He looked at me at one point because I was going and I was limiting myself at the time, and I was saying, okay,
I want to go here. I want to go here. I want to go here. I want to do this. And he goes, what kind of client do you want? And so I described my type of client that I wanted. And he said, you need to go to YEO and YPO. And I'm like, well, I didn't even know what they were. And then the organizations there, it's an entrepreneurial organization of CEOs, basically 2 different levels. I had in my mind prior to that where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And I was going to do 4 other things that Joe hadn't told me to do. I said, you know what? Why don't I just check this one out? That alone has been responsible. We now operate, I got 42 instructors under me. I operate in 5 different countries. I literally have been presented in 52 countries. The leading catalyst to that was exactly what Joe said, because I took the time and actually did the one thing he said, hey, check this group out. This would be a good lead for you. I can't tell you how important that is. Doing the one thing at a time, trying to do it all right again, grabbing one of the triggers, one of the things, just doing the first thing, you learn so much more. And then the other stuff makes so much more sense. And at the time, this was like 7 years ago, I couldn't have conceived doing what we're doing today. But the reason I did that was because I took that one small step. I actually listened to what the guy said. And I know my clients all the time, they come up and you go, they tell you stuff that 4 years later, they go, hey, I'm doing such and such. And you're like, I've been telling you that for 4 years. I go, why did it take this long to do it? Well, I'm a slow learner too, but it just hit home. And it's just one of those things that you sit there and you go, God, you get overwhelmed. You see all the triggers. Just grab one and do it. It'll make a huge difference.
Thank you, Tim.
Well,
Appreciate
thank you,
it.
Tim. It's funny because I am so thrilled to hear some of these stories and how some little innocuous comment has really inspired and helped people. I really do. This has made my week, my month. Thank you very much.
I think we'll take one more comment from Angie, then we'll take a break.
I was just going to say, as far as the triggers went, we were looking through the list of this, and this is actually phenomenal. I mean, I think it's just great that you've taken the time to put this together, and
thank you.
It's going to be very helpful to us. One of the things that I really appreciated yesterday when they were talking about the triggers was the objection raising, and then again on top of that the resolution, because you don't want to just leave something out there and go, yeah, we do this, and yeah, that kind of sucks, I know. Right. So actually putting a resolution out there, and one of the things that we did is pretty simple, just by knowing, as a female, having my carpet wet at 3:00 in the afternoon when your kids come home, it's just unimaginable. The kind of, you don't even want to have your carpet cleaned if you think family's coming home at 5 for dinner and they're just going to trash it. So what we do is we've gotten to where, of course, I'm sure everybody leaves booties. We do that. That's the resolution. And then we also speed dry. We'll leave a blower and we dry the rooms as we go. And that's something that I think has just encapsulated a fear in many, homeowners' heads before they even bring it up. We talk about that and go, we leave the blower and we'll come pick it up the next day. And it's just been enormous as far as the help for that goes.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Good. I just also want to add one comment. That book that was passed, I was really impressed with that. That is taking psychological triggers and putting it into your lap with ideas that fit your business. That was a terrific idea. And this concept could fit many other businesses, but I just was really impressed with that book.
Thank you.
Too. Nice job, Joe.
I'm glad you've identified all those things, because see, in order for me to have written and put that together, I really had to analyze, what Joe has documented and how he's broken down everything. You literally go into the anatomy of what makes advertising and marketing work when you analyze those triggers. And it's just like you said, doing the seminars helps you go deeper. I get a whole different understanding of my own stuff when I look at it with looking at what causes this to work. Why do people actually respond? Yes, Bart, we'll take one.
I just wanted to reiterate what Tim said and you've been saying all morning, and that is, in my life, I have people approaching me, artists. There's even one here. They say, "What is it that you have done that has put you into the league where I've sold millions of dollars worth of art, and where there's so many artists that are starving?" And carpet cleaners, I think, are probably renowned for starving as well.
No, I think any industry is.
Yeah.
I think 5% make the money. The other 95% really struggle.
Well, Tim's right on. You're right on. The difference between me and the other artists or the other people in any industry is they meet people like you and the two Joes who have had a lot of experience, and we try things. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on things that don't work, but I've sold millions of dollars worth of art. So You know, I'm out there. I'm trying the one thing. I'm trying the one thing. I'm trying the one thing. And I can't reiterate how much I appreciate Joe saying yesterday, I failed more than anybody else I know, because I mean, I can so relate to that. I'm not doing it the way the other people are, and you guys aren't either. So I want to commend everybody for taking the one step coming here, and hopefully you guys are taking the second step, which is applying one thing from what you learn here.
Yeah, no, thank you, Spock. Okay, Len, you this will be good, right? You swear, you promise? And no one else can say comments except Joe. And then, of course, we've got...
Just to go a little bit further on the value of the book Trigger, or what Joe prepared in Triggers, our most successful campaign was a word for word, your dry cleaning letter, which has, I counted them up, I think about 10 triggers in it. And I'm just suggesting anybody hanging back on doing something, take any one of Joe's strategies and just get out there and do it.
Yeah.
And we've done a lot of money on that.
I just thought I'd share a few things with you. You know, I said, how did I start JS&A? How did I start my business? And it was all from this little page that I found in Business Week magazine. And you see all the original writing that I wrote on it. I wrote different phone numbers. I was trying to get a hold of the sales manager. I was trying to find out where could I get this pocket calculator that I could offer to people. You know, where could I get it? And this was the start of JS&A. This was the start of my own company, where I was able to locate this product and then sell it in mass numbers. And this was the first print ad that ran on the back page of the Wall Street Journal, the one that got me in trouble. Remember, I said that as a result of all of our advertising, everybody wanted the product, and it soon became so difficult to get that it became back ordered, and I couldn't even get product because Sears was competing for the product against me. I thought I'd share some really bad advertisements and see if you can figure out the problem with these. For example, how I became a millionaire in 36 months. I did it in spite of having only an 8th grade education and without money, rich relatives, and contacts. Now, what's wrong with this ad? Well, it shows a picture of this guy with a briefcase, and most of the briefcase is cut off, isn't it? So what do you conclude from this? That all of his money is in one corner of the briefcase, right? I lose credibility from this ad. This guy just doesn't have credibility for me, okay? Here's an ad by Sony. It says, it is now imperative that American business find a more stimulating way to communicate with itself. And it shows this guy snoring, and the first sentence is a paragraph long, and it's the most boring paragraph I've ever seen. In other words, they followed the theme of boredom completely through this ad, so much so that nobody would probably read it. First of all, it's very difficult to read a headline in all caps, especially that heavy a headline, isn't it? So this is Sony Corporation, and they use a big advertising agency. Where are these people's heads? We're looking for people to write children's books. Here's a problem with this ad. You take a look at the guy, he looks like a pedophile. I wouldn't want to deal with this guy, and that's one of the lessons you have to learn, is that you got to be careful about putting your picture in an ad, because very often people get an emotional reaction to you, and it might be a negative reaction. They might love your service, but they may get a negative reaction to your picture. So I shouldn't say never. There are times when you want to put your picture in the paper. That's when you're providing a personal service. And I know that conflicts with what I just said, but when you're providing a personal service and people have to deal with you on a one-to-one basis, very often that's a good idea. You saw that story about that I ran an advertising age about, what was it? I am the highest paid copywriter, and I had my picture there. That was an example of an emotional appeal. And that was something that made sense to put my picture in. This is a terrible bit. You don't put type over a picture. Never do that. That is so confusing and so ugly that enough of that. Some competitors, here are some of the competing ads that ran around the time JS&A was a leading company in mail order. Look how busy, kind of stupid ad that was. This one copied our approach. Remember I said you want a pattern after successful ads in that area? Well, this company obviously did that. This was Sharper Image. This was one of their first ads. They were with a radar detector, and they patterned their ad after ours. Here's another one that's a good example of that. And finally, here's another one. Reverse type, not a good idea, but again, it was patterned after our approach, and a lot of ads were appearing that looked similar to us. Now, I'm going to show you the Blue Blocker calendar. Throughout the presentation, I had been showing little glimpses of a woman who I said, oh, that's my wife. And about a couple years ago, it was about 3 years ago, we were approached by somebody who was doing a show on Spike TV for men. This is for men. And they wanted us to make up a calendar for them to promote to men. So I don't mean to offend any woman in the audience. I've done this before, and without mentioning that, and the women in the audience get very offended. So please realize this was done for men on Spike TV. And here's the Blue Blocker calendar. See if you recognize the various models and the world-famous photographer, and we'll go into that in a moment. It was called the Blue Blocker Sunglass Calendar. Have We Got a Pair for You was the subheading. And these are some of the shots of the models. Now, what's interesting about all these models, they're actually the same person. And what's interesting even more is that person is my wife. Yes, I have a young wife. Okay, here's some good examples. This was a guy, and all of you probably should relate to this. Here was a guy that came to my seminar. He couldn't get his advertising agency to really do a good job. They did direct mail, and he was just kind of curious. How does Joe Sugarman do it? What? So he enrolled for my seminar. He was a farmer. He was a grapefruit farmer. He had never written an ad before in his life. He was just curious to find out what it took to make a successful ad. Well, he attended the seminar, checked out, and checked into a Holiday Inn motel. Sat down and wrote an ad, sent it to me. I looked it over and I said, my goodness, I said, this is a great ad. You should do really well. I suggested a few little changes, but it was very minor. And he ran this ad, and it was hugely successful. And it ran for 10 years. And it made him a fortune. And his only complaint was he couldn't grow enough grapefruit. So anybody can do this. Look at how his ad started. He starts out, he says, I'm a farmer, and the story I tell you is the absolute truth, as incredible as it may seem. Would you read more? It all started in a grove owned by Dr. Webb, our family doctor. One of the men who was picking fruit in the doctor's orchard came up to the Webb household holding 6 of the strangest grapefruit anybody had ever seen. A single branch of an ordinary grapefruit tree had produced these 6 unusual fruit. And he goes on, using all of the principles, including technical explanation. He talks about one of the grapefruits having a certain feature that you wouldn't know about, but he describes. And anyway, to make a long story short, make a long story short. Anyway, to make a long story short, this was a very, very successful ad, and it was typical of a lot of the people that attended the seminar. Remember I mentioned there was a UPS driver who was just totally blown away by how many packages he would pick up at a mail order company and decided to go into the mail order business himself. He was one of the participants. It was his last $2,000. Again, I did not allow people after a certain period of time to come to my seminar for nothing. They had to make a major commitment. And at that time, $2,000 was a major commitment. This was a gutsy ad. If you look at some of the, well, let me give you a little bit of the background, actually, before I go on. Remember the Rubik's Cube? Well, people came to me with a game that was also, Rubik's, by the way, was a professor, Erno Rubik, and he was a real person, lived in Budapest, was a professor at the university there. And he also, with some other people, invented another game after Rubik's Cube. And the people came to me, these were friends of mine in Hong Kong, and they came to me and says, look, this is a great product to market. Why don't you sell it? And I said, well, that's great. I said, but you know what? I'd like to go to Hungary and meet Erno Rubik and, just get a story. And so I actually went to Hungary and I met with Rubik and I took pictures of him. And then I also met with the people that really designed and developed this game. And so that's the background. In other words, when there's an assignment or a product, very often I want to become an expert on it. And if there's a really great story behind it, I'd like to cover that story, just like a reporter. By the way, I didn't mention the photographer for all of those pictures before. You know who that was? Yeah, right. Okay. Here's some of the copy that went into this ad. It says, Thomas Kovacs caught holding the XL25 in the special photo smuggled out of Budapest. You think the last recession was bad, end quote? You read that caption, you'd want to read a little bit more, right? So then what else? Let's look at the headline. Hungarian conspiracy. Hungary plans a massive assault on America with new computer weapon. Exclusive report from Budapest. Are you going to read that? And then the caption on the product. Warn your neighbors not to buy this dangerous Hungarian secret weapon. Well, anyway, what would the first sentence, I'll read the first sentence here, or the first paragraph. It says, it starts out, note, reproduction of any reprints, whole or in part, of the following material is strictly forbidden without the express written permission of JSNA, all rights reserved. I've never done that before in the beginning of an ad, but I thought this was kind of clever. Budapest, JSNA. Reporters have smuggled intelligence reports out of Hungary on a conspiracy that may have far-reaching consequences for all Americans. In the coming year, Hungarians will be shipping to the United States via Hong Kong a game with the code name XL25. The game may at first look innocuous, a typical electronic game that could come from Mattel, Atari, or any of the other big electronic game manufacturers, but beware, whatever you do, don't buy it. Now, you read that, okay, and you don't know where I'm going with this. You have absolutely no idea where I'm going with this. And actually, where I'm going is I'm telling people that the last recession was caused by the Rubik's Cube, because so many people were playing with the Rubik's Cube, they weren't attending to their businesses, and so our economy just collapsed. And so that was the premise for this. Anyway, it goes on, and the final paragraph is, so there's the story, a communist game whose circuit was designed by good old American company and which was assembled by one of our best friends in the Far East, all part of a massive conspiracy to prepare Americans for a major communist takeover. In other words, if they were playing this game and occupied with this game, they wouldn't do their work and we'd go into another recession. Prevent other Americans from falling into this scam. Order a unit from JSNA. When you receive it, whatever you do, don't play with it. Instead, immediately take it to all your neighbors and urge them not to buy one. Tell them about the real cause of our last recession, the communist plot, and the Hungarian conspiracy. And then give them the ultimate warning. Quote, anybody who buys this thing is a real idiot. End quote. Okay. This ad didn't work. It didn't work. Now, this ad created an enormous amount of publicity. Somebody came to me. It was really interesting. They came to me and they said they invented this mailbox that's made out of sheet steel. I mean, he had a problem. The kids in the neighborhood would just hammer his mailbox with baseball bats. And so he got so upset by this, he decided to invent one that if anybody hit with a baseball bat, they'd break the baseball bat. So in trying to get across the strength of this product, I said, nuclear mailbox, we'll guarantee that this mailbox will survive a nuclear explosion or will refund double its cost. And then we go into the strength and all that. Well, that made the Johnny Carson show. That made a whole bunch of publicity. And, of course, it got across the point. Okay. Well, that's it. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Thank you.